and welcome to Sewing Street on this snowy, it's actually snowing outside. Very exciting, it's trying. Love the snow. Anyway, hopefully we're going to have some snow. But it is a cold day. It's minuses and everything, so you stay inside and keep warm with me. Oh, I've got all the wires coming up. Wires everywhere today. We've got a fab show for you today. Fab show. And we are going to start with a special early bird. Really nice early bird as well. You're going to like this one. Ben made it. When Ben says he made it, it sounds like he actually made the fabric. He didn't. He just put the bundle together. So we're featuring in this first hour this beautiful Lynette Anderson fabric range. Gorgeous, and the quilt as well, but we've got the fabric range. So what we've got for you is a beautiful plain fabric bundle that complements this range, but also we decided, I love blue, love blues. They're a massively important part of my fabric stash and my fabric collection. I use it with lots of other fabrics, so we thought we'd bring for you a fantastic complementary bundle of blue fabrics at a special price. So this is our gorgeous Rose and Hubble quilting weight cotton, 112 centimetres, 44 inches width, in a beautiful range of colours with a little discount. Go on then, Ben. So was £26.53, is £21.53. Look at that, save yourself a fiver. First thing in the morning, just think, that's your P&P covered and more. So, right, let's have a look at the colours. And I'm going to start with the lightest one, which is cloud blue. And then we've got, I think that's the slate one. Slate. Then we've got cadet. Then we've got, is that midnight? Midnight. Then we've got some greys to go with it. So we've got light grey. Then we've got elephant and dark grey. So there we go. And you're saving a fiver. Saving a fiver. So you've got 7.5 metres. You've got light blue, a bluey grey, medium blue, and a really lovely midnight blue. Light grey, medium grey, dark grey works out at £3.07 for half a metre. So if you love blue fabric like I do, and you like a little bit of grey all together, if you love the Lynette Anderson fabric range behind me, it goes together with that perfectly, but you don't have to buy it with that. It's just a really good way of you getting 7 beautiful plain fabrics that have been specially collated. In fact, Ben is actually putting together an hour of all of our complimentary fabric bundles because it's so nice, because the thing is that because we've got all the shade cards, we can see them all here. We have all the wonderful designers with their knowledge. So quite often when they come in, we'll say to them, oh, do you think this goes with this? And do you think this goes with this? Then we don't have to decide. So with all of that knowledge and all the colours, we can put together bundles for you that we know that are going to go together. Not only that, you can save a fiver. Now the P&P is £3.95, so that's saved. Plus £1.05. What a fantastic bundle. So £21.53. Now, we haven't got limitless stocks of this, so it is quite limited for an early bird, because obviously we wanted to put 7 in here for you, so we are limited by the lowest quantity of one of them. Oh, yes, Ben says the web image doesn't do this justice, by the way. So have a look on screen, much better on screen. Or just turn Ben down, he's shouting at me. That's better. Sometimes when you have your microphone on too loud, it's like you've been shouted at. I feel like I'm in school. But isn't it nice? Wouldn't it have been good in school if you could just turn them down? How nice. Or the kids, or your husband. If only you had a volume switch. That'd be lovely. I could just turn him off, actually. Even better. So £21.53. For all of those fabrics. So, as I say, because we can collate them, we know what goes together. This is a beautiful fabric bundle. In fact, when we do the Lynette Anderson fabric in a moment, I'll show you how well it goes together with it. Actually, Ben is quite good with colours, to be fair to him. I mean, sometimes we have to, check. But, do you remember Stuart's New Mexico quilt? Ben chose the colours for that. Yeah. And that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. There we go. Right, so that's the early bird. Now, that price will go back up at midnight if we've got any left, but I will keep you updated with stock. So, should we have a look and see what's coming up today on today's show? So, now, 8 o'clock. The Something Borrowed, Something Blue fabric collection by Lynette Anderson. It's a beautiful fabric collection. They gave me half a metre of each of it. How lucky am I? And I made a quilt with it, which was behind me. And so we've got a few of the quilt kits, not many though, I think only about 10. We've got the instructions to make the quilt, but what we do have is all of the fabric that I used in it available by the half metre, which is brilliant. All of the fabrics by the half metre, because it is a gorgeous collection. And I feel as well, because you know when you've made something with the fabric collection and you've pressed it, you've cut it, you've pressed it, you've sewn it together, I feel like intimate with it. Because I know what all the different, when I've had to fussy cut bits, choose the direction. So I love this collection. That's going to be fab. So will be at 8 o'clock. And we've also got another Lynette Anderson fabric collection with us as well. So we've got 2 Lynette Anderson fabric collections and another one of Ben's complimentary bundle. Fabulous. Now, at 9 o'clock, we have got the fab Katharine Wright. I haven't seen Katharine for ages, so it's really nice to have her in today. At 9 o'clock, she's going to be showing us how to make the June Tailor project bag, which is brilliant. It has clear PU on it, clear vinyl. So it's one of those bags that you can put all your projects in. It's quilt as you go because it's easy peasy. If you've never tried quilt as you go but always wanted to have a go, Katharine knows everything about it, so you can send all your questions into her. And maybe this will be a new hobby that you can take up. Maybe you've always sort of been put off quilting a bit and think, oh, I'm not sure. Quilt as you go is a really good introduction. It teaches you how to quilt and it gives you the confidence to use those skills in massive quilts after that. Right. That's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, now, Amber Makes Greatest Hits Volume 3. I love that, Volume 3. So, we've got loads of Amber Makes kits that we've done over the years that have sold out. We haven't had for ages. We haven't been able to have printed. So, a while ago, I said to those up high in the office, can we reprint some of the old ones that I constantly get messages, can we have that one back? We haven't been able to do them for ages. So, managed to get them printed. So these are some of the kits that we haven't been able to sell for a long time, and we've got them back. So they are the greatest hits. Well, they're the ones that sold out. And the problem is we bring out new kits every month and then they just go. So we've bought them back. So that will be back. That will be at 10 o'clock. Then at 11 o'clock, Katharine will be back with Helen Newton's Cake Shop Cushion. This is one of our all-time Helen Newton favourite projects. It's a beautiful cushion cover that's appliqued to look like a cake shop. It's absolutely gorgeous. And once you've got the design and the pattern, the kit, you can make a bag instead. You can make a shopping bag. We've also brought back, it's the day of bringing back, I think. We have brought back a lot of Helen Newton's instructions as well. So if you love her style, which is just divine, she's so talented, then you'll be able to buy lots of her other projects and instructions at 11 o'clock. There's so much in that show, and Katharine is a brilliant demonstrator, so it's all, you're going to learn loads. So again, if you've got any questions at all, when we get our experts in, doesn't matter what they are, and no question is too stupid, honestly, we've all asked them, message her in. 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of sewing machines with a special deal. A little special deal. Now, there's only one machine in the hour because I chose it. And I chose this specially because somebody said to me recently, I want to buy a new sewing machine. Mine has just had it. I don't want anything too fancy and expensive, and I don't want anything too basic, so what would you recommend? And this is the machine I recommended, the 570A, and I love the 570A in particular because it cuts the thread, which is fab because it saves time and thread. And so I said to Hayley yesterday, can we have that one? Because I love that one. And I also taught my friend how to use it, so I know how it works. Can we have a discount? So she said, yeah, fab. So we've knocked £100 off. So if you're looking for a new sewing machine, that's on at 12, but obviously it is available to pre-order. Anyway, let's have a look at the website. So if you want to know how to shop with us, 2 ways to shop. You can either phone, the number is on the screen, or you can go on the website, which is sort of easier in that you can see the pictures. Now, if you click on Watch Live and scroll down, like Ben's doing here, This is everything that's coming up. So there's all the Lynette Anderson fabric. The quilt kit and instructions were at the top. It's all come out in a very strange order. It's not in the right order. The Something Borrowed, Something Blue is the new range. We have got a mega bundle of all 16 of the fabrics, and you get half a metre free. But we haven't got many of them, unfortunately. So if you want that one, if you want those, you need to get ahead with that. There's the rest of it. For some reason, it's all mixed up. We've got we've got collections mixed up. There's something happens. We've also got some of the extra wide backing fabrics, and we've got some blue threads as well. So it's a blue hour. Oh, and then we've got the a bit of grey as well. It's come out. Anyway, look, there's Katharine's first hour. So she's going to be demonstrating how to do the project bag. We've got the lunchbox tote. But what we've done as well, if you love Quilt As You Go, we've put in some of the Quilt As You Go as well. If we keep going, there we go. We've got lots of the Quilt As You Go kits as well, packs. And then down there, we're starting with the flowers. And here are all the Amber makes. Now, that one there, see the Sewing Illustrated Charm Squares fabric panel? I've specially asked for that because it sells out all the time. I've had quite a few messages about it. So if you want to get that, we've managed to get a few of those Charm Square panels. We've got the Swallows in the Air. That sold out ages ago. The Pretty Useful pouches, some Bondaweb. The Bluebell Wood, cannot remember the last time that was for sale. Been sold out, managed to get that back. The Wrapped in Style Party Animals kit, that sold out ages ago. The Morris Make Shapely Shoulder flew out, and we've got that one back. The Hot Air Balloons bag, the duffel tote. We've got the sewing, the crochet, and the knitting duffel totes, which we've sold out of ages ago. We've even got the sewing room storage baskets. Now, the Topsy Turvy dolls, we did these for a show, a birthday show 2 years ago. They sold out. We haven't had them for ages. Occasionally we get one or two. We've got a load of them this time. So if you fancy making a topsy-turvy doll, look at them all. The garden birds, that went ages ago as well. And the beach huts. Oh, the thatch cottage. Now, the thatch cottage I haven't seen for a while. There's Cinderella topsy-turvy. The crochet duffel tote. That was one that always sells out. So we've got that one back. Oh, yeah, we're still on Amber Makes. When they said, what do you want to put in? I said, can we put in? Look, yes, and I think we've got quite a lot. Right, now we move down to Helen Newton, which again is in a very strange order. So these are all the instructions only that we've got. We've got Mr. Badger, we've got Mr. Gnome. Now there's the cake shop cushion. So we've got the instructions for it, but we've also got the kit. That's just coming up on the bottom right-hand side. And that has got a printed fabric panel with all the cake fabric. You get a printed fabric panel with all the fabric and the plain fabric to make it as well. And then the rest of Helen Newton's instructions are there. And then this is our final hour. Look at that Janome Needles bundle. Stop. That is worth getting, because the Janome sewing machine needles are brilliant if you've got an Elna or a Janome, because they're colour-coded. And look at that. You get all 4 of the different needles and you save £3. That always sells out, so I'm highlighting that one to you. We've got sewing machine needles. Now, there's the 570A that I love. That is not the final price. And that Aurifil, the Kaleidoscope collection, is lovely. And I really like those storage boxes. I've got a small one that I keep my tea bags in. Very, very useful. We've put the 2 Native Lighting Slim Lamp Flexes in because they work really well with the 570A. And then finishing with an anti-slip mat. There we go. Full day, isn't it? What a day. Right, we are going to start with the Something Borrowed, Something Blue Mega Bundle. Oh, it's sold out. That's it. Oh, that's really fun. Whoosh. There we go. We won't be starting with that because it's gone. Let's do the quilt kit. Right, so let me show you. Now, this is the quilt. It's called the Carpenter's Star. So what I've done is written a set of instructions. You obviously get these. You obviously get these in in the kit. Now, what I do in the instructions is I show you how to make a carpenter's star block, which is what one of these is. From there, in the instructions, you can then make the full quilt, and there are also instructions in there to make the bag. So when you get the quilt kit, you won't get the fabric for the bag, you get the fabric for the quilt, but you will get the instructions for the cushion, because if you see, let me hold them up together, that this is, yeah, that's the carpenter star, and they're the same thing, made in exactly the same way, that's just bigger than that one. So once you learn the technique of making a carpenter star, you can either make a bag or a quilt or both. So in the kit, you get the full instructions that show you how to make it with lots of pictures and diagrams. So it starts off with how to make the block, there we go, with lots of walkthrough photos, and then right, just to let you know, we are down to single figures on this kit. So you get all of the instructions of how to make the block, the quilt and the cushion. I've got layout diagrams, we've got cutting diagrams. But one of the best things about this, I do say so myself, is because when you want to make a quilt, you often think, oh, it's so complicated, there's all these different cutting things, don't know how to do it. I have filmed a full video tutorial of making the block, making the cushion and making the quilt, and the whole process is filmed with a voiceover. When you get your instructions, it will give you the link of how to get through to watch the full video tutorial. So if you've never made a quilt before, this is a really good way to start. It's not difficult. It is time consuming, obviously. It's a big quilt. It's 84 inches square. So 84 inches square. Now, this is what I think is really good about this, that they managed to do for me. You've got 9 metres of fabric? 9 metres of fabric. So you've got all of this Lynette Anderson fabric. You've got calico. No, you've got, it's not calico, it is natural seeded. Sorry, it looks like that. So you've got natural seeded, because natural seeded cotton goes really well with this collection. You've got all of the Lynette Anderson fabric. You've got the half metres, you've got the 2 fat quarters, everything you need. That includes the binding. Obviously, you haven't got the wadding and the backing fabric. All of that for $99.99. I mean, I think that's amazing value, because Lynette Anderson fabric, I'll show you them in a moment individually, designer fabric. I love the antique-y vibe. I love all of the blues. They're very soft, they're very gentle. Each of the prints is quite interesting in itself. Gorgeous. When I made the bag has a different plain coloured fabric with it, but you'll get all of the instructions. So what you start off with is make yourself a block, have a go. Honestly, it's not difficult, because it is just squares and half square triangles. Right, so we are oversubscribed for this kit now. $99.99. This will fit a king size bed. I know, because I put it on mine. So it's a really, really good size. It's very, the instructions are really comprehensive, and because you've got the tutorial. But it's, for me, it's the price, is that when I design a quilt, I always try and see, right, well, how much, I want to use a lot of plain fabric. It keeps the price down, but it also allows the designer fabric to breathe, and you can see it better as well. Because if it's too busy, you can't see the pattern. And I love the carpenter star, because it's a real illusion design, isn't it? And I wanted also, this is the beauty of doing the kits with Sewing Street, is because they can cut it, like I said, right, I only need 2 fat quarters of one of them. They can cut it exactly, which meant that I could use a lot of different prints in it. Only 6 of these kits left, and there are 20 in baskets. Now, some of the fabrics are down to single figures if you want to buy them on their own by the half metre. This is the only way that you can buy everything for the kit. You get 4.5 metres of natural seeded, and then you get all of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get 8 half metres and 2 fat quarters, because the star in the middle is only one of that print. That's why you get 2 fat quarters. The others are double. It's also on split pay. So if you would like to make a quilt, and because it's achievable, you make 1 star at a time. You concentrate, you make the one, you think, okay, right now I'll make another one, and then it's just repeated. And then what I've done is I've used the shoe fly block here in the corners, and you put the into the corners. When you join it all together, it creates the shoe fly block, so it just breaks that up. And then there's enough fabric to make a scrappy binding. So you use all your leftover fabric, cut it into strips. There's also a full tutorial. Once you get this, it'll explain it. There's a tutorial on the website as well about exactly how to bind a quilt, how to make your own binding, how to bind. So it's all there. So $99.99, and you get the instructions for the cushion as well. So if you want the instructions just on their own, because we are very limited, that's about to sell out. If you want just the instructions, then we do have them. And it's just what I was saying. It has in the instructions, you've got everything, all the details, how to make the carpenter star block in 2 sizes. They're made in the same way, it's just how you cut them. Then how to make the carpenter's tote, which is the one over there, and how to make the constellation quilt with all of the walkthrough photos. I've even put a cutting guide for the background fabric just to make that easier. $9.99, and that will give you the information about how to access the full video tutorial so you can sew along with me, and then you can create this as well. And then you can use your own fabrics. It looks lovely in reds. It looks lovely in rainbow if you make each carpenter star in different prints, different colours of rainbow. It looks really nice in monotone. It looks lovely if you do it the other way around and use a dark background fabric and then do lighter stars. The only thing you need to do, which I do explain in the instructions, it's very important that with these colours that you alternate darks and lights. And then, so you have to have medium dark, and then the background needs to be quite a contrast. So in order to get that kind of kaleidoscopy 3D look. But other than that, you can use whatever fabrics you want. And I have put all of the ingredients of exactly what you will need in here so that you can use your own fabric. So if you want the instructions on their own, $9.99. There we go. Right, should we do the fabric now? Because the whole bundle is sold out. We can't make the mega bundle because we haven't got enough of the fabric, and we've got just a couple of the quilt kits left. In fact, four. There's 4. We have got my 2 favourite ones though. So let's start with this one. I love this. Now this is the fabric that I've put in the quilt kit as fat quarters, because this is in the central carpenter star. And I like it because it has words. I love fabric with words. So the idea behind this fabric collection, something borrowed, something blue, sort of wet. I guess that makes you think wedding, but actually, to be honest, the fabric isn't wedding orientated. So it says things on it: bees, garden, flowers, love, sky, hope, home, sky, birds, kisses, dogs. So it's just all lovely things, isn't it? The background of this is ivory, and then all the prints are in shades of blue. $7.99. Love that one. Now, if you get that one, you do need to get this one as well, because it's the same fabric, but it's with a medium blue background, because you can see with my Carpenter Star quilt, that's the one in the centre, this one here, that's those 2 fabrics. You see how beautifully they go together. They go together really well. So if you've got the instructions and you think I just want to make the cushion, or the tote you could make into a cushion, up to you. If you bought these 2 with the instructions, then you could get that, because, let me just pinch the instructions off your cap. You need, for the, if you want to make the tote, you need a fat quarter of the medium and a fat quarter of the light. And then you'll need 1 metre of the background. So if you got half a metre of each of these, then you would be able to recreate that. And I think they go beautifully together, because the background of this one is the same colour as the text of that. Anyway, that's $7.99. Which one should we do? Oh, let's do this one next. I love this one. Now, I didn't use this one in the quilt. Just because of the print, it didn't work as well. It needed to be more solid, which was a shame, because I absolutely love this one. It's wheelbarrow. I've just turned it around and realised it's multi-directional. It's got wheelbarrows. It's got beehives, watering cans, little bees. The gorgeous thing, the reason I love Lynette Anderson fabric is that there's such miniature. Everything is tiny, 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 but because the print quality of the fabric is so good, you can see it beautifully. You've got tiny little butterflies and bees. This is a lovely fabric for fussy cutting as well. You could just cut out like the wheelbarrow. Wouldn't that look lovely if you were doing EPP or you were doing some applique? That's gorgeous. Really, really like that one. But again, you know, that would work with the carpenter style. I didn't use it in my quilt, but it would work because it's the right colourways. But it's just a really nice fabric, isn't it? Next one, keeping on that printy floral theme. There we go. This one is very floral. So it's like a little summer meadow, isn't it? You've got big delphiniums and daisies. Isn't that beautiful? Do you need the code for that one? Yes. Oh, on the selvage it says, blue skies with pretty butterflies flitting amongst the flowers, bringing harmony to our busy world. So when you get, if you get this fabric, cut the selvage off and use it for something because it's really nice. If you were going to buy this and make like maybe just even if it was like a little bag or something with it, cut the selvage off and sew that on. Just top stitch it on because it's so lovely, isn't it? So I always keep my selvages. But Lynette Anderson always has a nice selvage. There we go. Let's go butterflies next. Now this one I did use in the quilt actually. I used this one and the dark version, which we don't have by the ½ metre. I used it in, I used the medium version of it. I used the medium and the dark versions of it because you've got to select contrast ones. The code is WI24. Now the background of this is a very, very pale blue, just an ivory shade of blue or bluey shade of ivory. Again, it's got a nice selvage. Little butterflies all over the place with the little butterfly trails, and then you've got little flowers and swirls in amongst it. So pretty. Message from Susie. I too love Lynette Anderson fabrics. These would be wonderful for all my garden and allotment makes. Susie, would be. Yeah, could be. That would be fab, wouldn't it? What are you going to make, Susie, then? Morning all, I just love Lynette Anderson fabrics and my checked out basket proves how much. Maybe my New Year resolution starts 2025 from Karen in Surrey. No, Karen, you just need to change your New Year's resolution. Just change your New Year's resolution to buy all the fabric I like. Message from Tricia. Good morning, Rebecca. I've made your wedding book cover for my daughter and I've made your needle cases. Lovely patterns and easy to follow. Oh, thanks, Tricia. That's really kind. Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you made the wedding book cover. I think that's a really nice thing to do because I love that design. I love the double wedding ring on it. One day I'm going to make a double wedding ring quilt. One day. This is lovely though, isn't it? It would be nice for allotment makes, wouldn't it? I love this fabric, but wouldn't this be a lovely lining when you want just a nice lining in something? And Shirley says, good morning, Rebecca. I've started to make the tote bag. It's so beautiful. Fantastic. Well, thank you, Shirley. Right, I'm going to go with the blue printy one. So now if you've bought any of the others, I mean, this is beautiful in its own right. It's a pale blue with a mid blue little sprinkle all over it. But I would say that this is a really nice plain low volume fabric that would go really well with the others. So for example, it goes beautifully with that one. So again, if you've bought the instructions and you want to make a carpenter star, just remember you need a contrast between light and dark. So these work really well together. It's a very nice collection. I always, when I'm designing a quilt or a cushion or whatever, I start with the fabric and think, right, okay, what does the fabric is telling? And then with this one, the fabric it's very soft, it's very antique-y, but it has a nice contrast. So it'll work well with your 3D-ness. So $7.99, that's smoky, collect leaves in smoky blue. Right, then we've got this check. Now I love this check and I did use this one in the darker because in this fabric range, all of the prints, most of the prints come in 3 different shades. And I used this check in the quilt up here, but I used it in the medium and the dark. but it works really well. I like a checked fabric. Can you see it on here? I love a checked fabric on a quilt. It works really well when you team it with florals. A check and a stripe and a floral works really well. So, for example, if you've bought the butterflies, don't they work really well together? There's something about putting together the checks and the florals. I don't know, they just sort of work. This looks a bit like a shirt, actually. It would be nice to make a shirt with, wouldn't it? It's got that lovely check, but it's a really, really lovely fabric. I think because the colours are so subtle, it just works nicely. Oh, I'm losing my ears today. Right, and then the final one that we've got left. Right. Okay. The final one. That's nice, isn't it? And I used the darker version of that. It works really well when you cut out and piece this, because if you look at it really closely, you can see it's all hexagons, and the flowers themselves are hexagons. But when you cut it, because they're placed quite randomly across the fabric, it's not even, that when you cut it into smaller pieces like squares and triangles, you just get them here and there, rather than having to think too much about them being regular. But I thought it would appeal to all of us sewers because of the hexagons. $7.99. Can you see that? Can you see that they're hexagons? Okay. They look like EPP, is it grandmother's flower? That pattern. That's what it looks like. So that is all the fabric that we have by the ½ metre from the something borrowed. Oh yes, now I've got all of these. I'm just going to have a little fold a minute, because I want to show you, if you've bought any of these, I always think get yourself some plain fabric, because it makes your designer fabric go further. And that's why Ben's put together this bundle. And we managed to get it as our early bird, so it's even more beautiful. Right, there we go. Because they need to be folded like this so that you can see what they look like with the others. There we are. So that's all of them. Da, da, da. And then, and there's the bundle. See? So and it's not 26.53. It's 21.53. So you can see how, like, this really deep midnight picks up the midnight colours that are in here. You can see how that one picks it up. You've got this beautiful slaty grey that colours it. And you've also got the greys as well, which is really nice, because you've got lots of, this blue is very bluey grey as well. So this would make it go further. The bag that I made, I'll show you again, the background of the bag, I used this cloud blue for. So you can see how well the cloud blue, because I used the natural seeded for the quilt, but it works just as well with the blue as well. So if you get the bundle, you can use all of these and make it go further. So if you're one of the few lucky people who managed to get hold of the whole mega bundle, then it's worth getting that as well. Or if you've bought the instructions and you want, with a £5 saving, to be honest, it's worth it, isn't it? I know, we don't often get to do these with the early bird, but yesterday after the show, Ben and I went to see Haley and said, can we have that as the early bird? I think she was distracted and said yes. Yeah, and we quickly did it, and then she didn't notice. There we go. So that's the early bird. Right, shall we do the other fabric collection next? Oh, right. Oh, yes, let's do threads first. Right, look at this. This is Super Stitch polyester thread. So it's, yes, look at this. Now, this is polyester thread, so it'll be nice and strong. And look at all of those shades of blue. They look like something blue, something borrowed, something blue. So when you're doing quilting, you could use these to echo quilt if you wanted certain areas to show up. Obviously, you can use them for piecing as well. But how nice to have that whole collection of blues. Morning, lovely. I don't usually go for blues, but I think this is absolutely beautiful. Love it. Oh, thank you, Beverly. I think the blue is beautiful. I am a big fan of blues. Blues and creams, blue and white. I like red and white as well. Right, the quilt kit, just to let you know, there's only one left. $99.99, that's for the full instructions and all the fabric to make the front of the quilt and the binding, and there is only one left. Let me show you these threads. We've got dark blue, royal blue, ocean blue, light royal blue. I'm running out of names of blues. Delphinium blue, quite a bright blue, a grey blue, a sort of a turquoisey blue, quite a nice sky blue, and a very light sky blue. That's cloud blue, isn't it? I feel like that will go. Look how nicely they go. I'm going to put them on the blue. Don't they look nice on the blue? I think $14.99. So how much do we get on each reel? 500 yards. And how many have we got? 10. 5,000 yards, which is a bit less than 5,000 metres. 5,000 yards for $14.99. That is ridiculous. Right, but if you fancy some grey thread, yeah, I've got Aurifil as well. This is called African penguin, which I find odd because I don't think you get penguins in Africa. Do you? I honestly thought penguins only lived in whichever one it is. Antarctica. Can you show me a picture of an African penguin, please, Ben? Can I open this one? But, well, since when could you get penguins in Africa? I mean, I thought that was the whole point, that they lived in cold countries. Oh, right, we're going to have a picture. Well, he looks like a penguin as well, doesn't he? That is amazing. How did penguins end up in Africa? That's mad, isn't it? Well. Maybe they flew a long way and got lost. Just stopped in Africa and thought, oh, this will do. They probably went, we're sick of having cold feet, standing on those bits of ice that keep melting. We're going to Africa. Come on, boys. Off we go. Fed up with cold feet. That's the weirdest thing. Anyway, how about the African... Now we've discussed the African penguin. I'm still intrigued by that. I want to know how penguins ended up in Africa. This is the African penguin collection, which is obviously white. Well, I think that's an ivory. Grey and black. Now, that looks really nice with this collection. And grey is a really good colour when you're sewing with lots of different... So if you're sewing with lots of different blues. So if you've bought the bundle, the filling bundle, coordinating one, that collection goes really well with that. $38.99, but you get... There's a lot of thread on these. There's even some information. Location, southwestern coast of Africa, endangered species. There's 50,000 of them. 50,000. This is a 40-weight cotton, 3 large spools. So it's slightly thicker than your normal thread, but perfect for machine sewing. It doesn't say how much is on each spool, though. It must do. Oh, yeah, 1,000 metres. So you've got 3,000 metres in total for $38.99. And it is Aurifil, so you know it's brilliant quality. I think that's a lovely collection of the African penguin. I thought, honestly thought they made that up. It's like saying like the Antarctic giraffe, isn't it? I thought, yeah, they've made that up, but they hadn't. Right. Should we do the Lynette Anderson, the Good Boy, what's it called? Good Boy and Kitty. Now we've got 2 bundles for this because what Ben did is he's picked out all of the large scale hero prints in one bundle, and then he's got the smaller scale prints in another bundle. Because the smaller scale bundle that you'll probably use, you can use for other things, you can mix and match them with them. And also makes it a bit more affordable. So you can buy both, because then you've got the whole collection, or you can just separate them. How many have we got of these? Single figures of these, though. And you saw how fast the other one. Now, let's go through them one by one so you can see what's in them. This one's got little paw prints on it with an ivory background. Then we've got a taupe one with little paw prints and a pale aubergine. We've got blue with flowers. I mean, this is a beautiful collection, isn't it? Green with flowers, like a pale mauvey aubergine, floral. These, you can't really see them, but they are tiny paw prints in the centre of them. Another floral. We've got a rust with a pretty white floral on it. Green. It's very daisy, isn't it? Look at the, there we go. And then we've got rust and another one, floral. These are so soft. I mean, this is so Lynette Anderson, isn't it? The colours are very soft, subtle. They have that real sort of traditional, old-fashioned quilt fit vibe. So we're getting 16 fabrics in here, 16 half metres, which makes 8 metres in total. So the colour palette is blues, soft, gentle purples, greens. You've got a little bit of a nod to the paw prints, but it's not massive. You've got florals in it as well. I mean, you imagine making that into a quilt. That's beautiful, isn't it? So you can make that into the carpenter's star by putting the darks and the lights together. Would look really, really good. So £119.85. It's on two-way split pay. So if you love it, but you want to split it, but without paying any extra, interest-free, you can pay one payment now of £59.92. We'll send you the fabric straight away, and then you make another payment of £59.92 in a month's time. It's a beautiful fabric range, isn't it? I mean, it's very Lynette Anderson. It's soft, gentle, but I do like the colours as well. So that's £119.85. So from the Good Boy and Kitty collection, these are the smaller prints that will coordinate, work beautifully for patchwork, multi-directional, and they've got lots of tiny little elements as well. So they're really nice for homewares. You can get it on split pay if you want to do some traditional designs, or, you know, you could use it for making homewares as well, because it's very gentle, very soft. You know, if you just pick out one of the fabrics, say if we picked out this one, I mean, that on its own is just beautiful, isn't it? That would make a lovely little bag. Right, now I'm going to show you the collection that's got the larger scale prints. It's from the same collection, so it obviously goes together beautifully, but these are the larger scale prints. This is where you can see the dogs and the cats. But the other collection, all the colourways and the prints go with it. Look at this. This is gorgeous. Look, you've got... Can we get really close to this? It's so hand-drawn and gorgeous. You've got mummy dog pouring the cup of tea. You know she's mummy dog. She's got an apron on. Pouring a cup of tea with a teapot, and then there's another dog with a cup of tea, and they're sitting at a table. You've got little home signs. You've got the dog beds, little flowers, bones. That's beautiful, isn't it? You've got teapots as well. Be nice tea cosy, wouldn't it? Or if you wanted to make a special dog bag for dog walking, lining for a dog coat. It's so lovely, but also really good for fussy cutting, because you've got a lot of very small imagery, but because of the quality of the fabric, it shows up really well. Right, let's go on to cats now. So this one is just cats. So you've got a really nice, gentle, like a mustard shade in the background, but a very pale mustard, but it's got that browny yellow look to it. And then you've got the cats. You've even got a little mouse. You've got cream cats, black cats, little mouse, ginger cats. That cat's even got a patch on him. He's obviously had a little accident, so somebody's sewn a patch onto him. I love the little mice. These orange balls, these are little balls of yarn. And then you've got all the flowers. So all of the leaves and the flowers and those elements, those are all picked up in this collection. So this is how you see the colours go together really well. and all those floral elements from this collection are in the other. I think that is charming, absolutely charming. So these are all in this one bundle, £36.95. There's 2.5 metres in it because I've got 5 fabrics, but you're saving £3 by getting this one. This, great price. This one, this is the larger scale version. We've got dogs and cats. So this time we've got the dog sitting at the table having his cup of tea, but with the cat, he's sitting at his table having a cup of tea. What I love is the fact in this one, the cats and the dogs are friends. So there's the dog, mummy, with her cup of tea. We've got a little picture frame bird. There's little clocks. On this one, you've got the cat sitting on the bed. Hearts. They are best friends, aren't they? So if you've got dogs and cats, and they're actually friends, that's a teapot. That's one arm bent, and that's his other arm. They're not arms, they're legs, aren't they? His other leg's round the back. And he's sitting on his tail. It's really cute, isn't it? And you see in this lovely green background, if you've got the other collection, you see this green that's in the other one goes together really well with that. I think that's charming. So my dog absolutely hates cats. She spends her whole life sniffing at cats, trying to chase cats. She hates them. But I think if you have them together, they like each other. So if you've got dogs and cats that are actually friends, what a lovely piece of fabric. My dog just hates them. She can smell them miles off. And this one is the same as that one, but with an ivory background. That's lovely, isn't it? And let me show you from the other bundle, if you've bought the other one, how well does that go? Gorgeous. So and I love the little home signs and the friend signs. So again, really good for fussy cutting. And even the little jug with the flowers in. It's just gorgeous, just so Lynette Anderson, isn't it? And then finally, we're still going, 5 fabrics in this collection. Lovely, gentle blue fabric. The selvage has got little cups of tea with steam coming out of them. So there's the blue one, and that's got little hearts because they're all friends. £36.95, you're saving £3, 2.5 metres, so you're getting all of these fabrics. You're getting 5 in total, and they are all about dogs and cats being friends. Maybe I might get some of it and to encourage my dog. There we go. I've got a book. Aren't they beautiful? And I'm showing you the selvage because I love a selvage. Gorgeous. Now, Ben made as well. So if you've bought that one, or if you just love the colour range, or if you've bought the other one, Ben has made a complimentary fabric bundle, which he's very proud of. I'll put them down so you can see them. So he was a bit nervous about how it would work, but what we do is we use our shade cards, and then when we bring them up from the warehouse, sometimes once you see them in a ½ metre, not as a shade card piece, they're not the same. So then we send them back and start again. But you didn't have to send this one back because it worked. So we've got, I think that one's vintage blue. It's going to tell me what the colours are. Misty blue, then gold, then claret, then silver mink, cadet blue. I should know what all these colours are. Is that cadet blue? Slate and khaki. There we go. So if I put that together, for that, look, you see, you've got this, the red, picking up the red, whatever it was, crimson, picking up the claret, picking up the claret of here. The green is a beautiful match for this one. So what a lovely collection. So whether you've bought this one or if you've bought this collection, look how well it goes. Now, £19.74, that's 3 metres of the Rose and Hubble fabric. It means that your designer fabric will go further. if you're thinking, well, I love that, I want something for the lining, or I want to make a bag with it, and I want to put handles on it, I need some extra fabric. Or if you just love the Lynette Anderson colour palette and you don't want to buy her print fabric, or you have decided I'm not going to spend so much in January, there we go. You're paying £3.29 for half a metre at that price. That's not bad, is it? £3.29 there for half a metre. Now, yeah, so Ben and I were supposed to launch this last Monday, but I was off poorly, so we've saved it. And Ben had a family bereavement, so together we didn't manage to launch this. So we said, we've got to do it again because we actually want to see it because we didn't get to do it. So that's why we're doing it again this Monday. But it is lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now, we can also do, can we just do our extra wide? Just because I really like it. Really like this one. I've also put some extra white wool bended, some extra wide backings, and I really like this one. It's a lovely one. This is a really nice fabric. Now, I've just made the Amber Makes Flower Shop quilt, full quilt, and I used this as the backing fabric, and it's lovely to use. Some backing fabrics are stiffer than others. Some are a little bit slippery, some are thinner. This is a really nice fabric to use. It's very, very wide. It's 270 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches. So it's perfect for quilt backing, obviously, because you don't need to join it. And obviously with this quilt here, if you are making the quilt, I think you need 2.5 metres. But it's really good for homewares as well. But it's lovely to sew with because I used it for machine quilting and hand quilting, and it hand quilted really nicely because some fabrics are harder to hand quilt because the threads are woven more tightly, but it's lovely. If you look at the design, you can see, this is what I like about it as well, it's got running stitches with needles on. So really good as well because of the width of it, £10.99, and you're getting over 2.5 times the normal width. It's really, really good value for money. But great then for any of your sort of homewares. Maybe you want to make some curtains or, like lightweight curtains or line curtains or something for your sewing room, or you want to make lots of storage bags or baskets or a big sewing machine cover because of the price of it. And then you've got you've got all of the little running stitches, but it is a really nice fabric to sew with. We've got it in the light grey, but we've also got it in the, it's like a natural linen background. In fact, you can see the needle and thread on here a little bit better in that. Sand, it might be called sand. It's really lovely. But as I say, it is a lovely fabric to sew with. It's 100% cotton, but there are different sorts of cotton. Some cottons are smoother and softer than others. But it lay nicely and was nice to sew with, so I just wanted to show you that one. Right, and then we're going to do the Lynette Anderson fabrics by the half metre. So we had all of these in the bundle, so should we start with these print ones? PM29. So now these have been popular by the half metre because obviously you've been buying them on pre-order. So there's the dogs and the cats together. I'm going to run through these quite quickly so we get through all of them. There's just the cats. £7.99 for half a metre. It says cream, but it's not cream. It's not cream. It's like pale mustard. Next, that's the green. Yeah, that's kind of a sagey green background. Moss, yeah, I'll take moss. Lovely. Loads in baskets for this one. Remember, with these fabrics, they're not in the bundle, so if you want more than a half metre, put that number of units in your basket and you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. So if you want more than that, you can. Then the next one, that's the dogs and the cats being friends, but with a cream background. There we go, £7.99 for half a metre. It's adorable, isn't it? If you like the blue hearts, there we go, £7.99 for half a metre. Have we got time to do all the others? Right, the rest of them, so all of the others that I had that were in that other bundle, they are all available. All of these are all available by £half a metre. Right, the mega bundle is still available. We still have a few left. It's obviously the most cost-effective way to buy the whole range. But if you see one that you love in particular, and you want it cut from the bulk because you want more than half, or you just want that £half metre, we'll load those all onto the schedule so you can buy those in the break. But we are down to single figures on all of them individually. They're so popular, they've been flying out. So if you do want them, but it's such a lovely fabric collection. It's really nice. It's so detailed, but the hues are very subdued and soft, beautiful fabric. And it's designer fabric. I think £7.99 is a great price for that. Anyway, well, thank you for joining me for the Lynette Anderson Hour. I'll be back with you in a few minutes with the lovely Katharine Wright, who's going to be telling us everything we need to know about Quilt As You Go and how to make the glorious project bag. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Lovely to have you back. So we've got Katharine with us. Morning, Katharine.
Hello,
Haven't seen you for ages.
I know, it's nice to see you.
I know, you must be here on other days.
Often on Fridays.
Oh, never do a
but
Friday.
I've got little runner Tuesdays.
Have you? Well, I don't often do a Tuesday. It's normally
there
a
you go.
Monday. So
I've been lucky.
Aren't we lucky today? Because we're doing Quilt As You Go today. So tell me about Quilt As You Go, because it's one of those things. I know what it is now, but for a long, long time, people used to go, oh yeah, Quilt As You Go, yeah.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you're talking about. What is it?
So you're kind of piecing with this, it's sort of almost a little bit like stitch and flip. So you're piecing and quilting it at the same time. You're joining all the layers together at once.
So does that make it easier or harder?
Easier.
Easier.
Easier, I think. This is a really nice, easy project. Once you've got the idea of it, it's like...
So if you haven't done Quilt As You Go before, this is quite a good introduction.
Yes, because you've got it all printed on for you on your lovely piece of stabiliser. You're not working with lots of really thick wadding. You've just got your nice printed pattern to follow. So it's a little bit quilt by numbers.
Oh, like...
Makes it nice and easy.
I like that. Paint by numbers. Oh, I still love paint by numbers.
I used to have those when I was a kid, yeah.
If they still do them, love paint by numbers. So this is quite a nice little kit to have.
Absolutely.
Where you think, right, I'm just going to do that this weekend.
Yeah.
Or in the
afternoon.
How long does it take?
Afternoon, I'd say.
It's an afternoon project.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice little crafternoon.
Yes.
Okay, so the kit that Catherine's going to be doing for us first, because we've got a variety of kits, only one that she's going to be demonstrating, is this one. It's called a set of 2 project bags. Now, these are 2 that Katharine has made before, so we haven't got these fabrics, but this is just a good way of me showing you what they look like. In the kit, you have got, this is fab, you've got the vinyl.
You have?
You have got the vinyl.
Absolutely.
You've got the printed wadding, and you've got the zip. And even better than that, in fact, I'll take it out and show you. Well,
Would you like to look at this zip?
No, I'm going to take the whole thing out. Ruin it. Ruin the packaging. I'll have to take that home now because I'd quite like one of these. So, obviously, you've got the cover. This is the... but this is actually like an interfacing, isn't it?
It is. You mustn't iron it, though. It'll melt it.
Right. So, you've got like a printed interfacing with the pattern on. Let me show you. Now, there's everything to make 2 bags, by the way. So you can make 2. So you've got both of them there. So you get that printed. And then you've got the vinyl. Now, it doesn't look like vinyl, but that's because it's in white. It's got white tissue paper.
But that's really helpful because she actually tells you can use your tissue to stop it sliding around.
Oh, so you can actually use it while you're making.
While you're making it, absolutely.
And then you've got, there it is, the zip. Now, look at how clever this is. There's 2 of them. The zip has already got the bias binding sewn onto it, so you haven't got to sew in a zip.
No, it's so easy.
That's
you just
brilliant.
tuck it inside and
You've
stitch it
just
on.
got to sew the fabric because the vinyl sticks inside this. You get 2 of them, so you've got 1 for each project bag. The project bags, when they're finished, one's an 18-inch square and one's a 16. So we've got a variety of different kits, but this is what they look like. So this is the large one. There's, you've got the zip. And then you have all the, in the kits, we'll give you the fabric. So you can either buy the kits, we've got a choice of them, or you can just buy the pack. that has the interfacing of the vinyl and the zip. So that's the large one, which has this print on it, and that's the small one. This is the small one that Katharine made using one of the kits.
That one we actually got the right way round.
Okay.
So those original ones I made, I put the pattern on the wrong way round.
But you could put it on the inside if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
So this is the one, we'll start with this kit. So this is the small one, this is the William Morris. So you get all of the fabric to make this. Oh, hang on, I've got zips on it.
And you have enough fabric to do both.
And there's enough fabric to do both. So in this kit, you get, obviously, that whole pack that I showed you before. The zips for this are in taupe, but you get that whole project pack. Then you get the William Morris fabric. So you get it in this lovely blue. I've not seen this fabric before either. You get it in that lovely rusty brick colour. You've got willow bough in taupe. And then you've got little, they're like dandelions. Are they dandelions?
Yes. Or that colt's foot, is it called?
Yes, not very good at flowers or something like that. There we go. So that's 2 metres in total. So you've got 2 metres of fabric. You've got the whole kit. So you look on the pictures in here. I mean, they've kept all their quilting things, your embroidery items. You can use them. You could use them for your art materials. You could use them for your colouring pencils.
I think, really useful if you're going to a class and you've got to put a project in it.
Yeah.
You're going to keep all your bits together in one
Brilliant
place.
for keeping quilt blocks in.
Yeah.
So, and you get to make both of these. So that's an amazing price, isn't it? $47.99. You get the whole kit, which has got the 2 zips that are already sewn with the bias binding on. You get all of the vinyl. You get all of the printed interfacing that's to create the quilt as you go. And you get 2 metres of William Morris fabric. And that's just one of the bag. That's the little one. I mean, that's lovely, isn't it? So you open the zip, put all your bits and pieces in there. It's nice, thick vinyl as well.
Yes.
Isn't it? Nice. And you don't have to insert a zip either. I think that's even better. Right, that's that one. Now, the next one, beautiful floral one. I think this might be Liberty. So do you fancy it in a bit of Liberty? This is even more beautiful. $53.99. So again, you get the kit. With this one, the zips are in red because it goes with the fabric. So you get the full kit, and that has all the instructions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, everything is in there. You get all of this Liberty fabric. So what collection is this for? Oh, it's from the Heirloom collection. Gorgeous, isn't it? You've got the red floral print. This is the one that Katharine's going to be demonstrating with as well. So you'll be able to see it in action. Lovely daisies in blue and yellow and red. That's lovely, isn't it? That's so pretty. Oh, and I really like that one. It's so light and floral. I mean, how nice would this be to have 2 good size, 16, 18-inch square project bags with the vinyl, easy peasy to make in beautiful Liberty fabrics for just $53.99. Fantastic. Now, I'll show you all of them before you're going to decide, but do watch because these have been selling on pre-order, so do watch out. I don't want you to miss out. Let's go with this kaleidoscope one. Woo! This is gorgeous. So again, full kit. With this one, the zips are in black because they go with these fabrics. Oh, I found the instruction bit now. I'll put that back in a minute. Look at these fabrics. These are just like bright splashes of colour. So you've got black in the background. This is bold blooms, $49.99. This is beautiful, isn't it?
A little bit like fireworks, aren't they?
They are. They are like fireworks. Gorgeous. Oh, I do like that one. So you've got the black with all the swirls, and then you've got the black with the swirls, but like in circles. And then you've got same, but with the white background. So what you could do is you could use like those 2 for one bag. You can mix and match them around,
Absolutely,
can't you?
yes.
But I guess because they're patchwork, they go across all of them, but you could mix and match
Well,
them.
because you've got the same amount of each fabric, you can put them together however you like.
I see. Oh, that's quite clever, isn't it? Gorgeous. Love that one. That's really stunning. I think that, because it's got the black zip in it, I think that one's going to be gorgeous. Love that. That one's Ben's favourite. And then the final one, very subtle, almost autumny. Now this one has got a black zip. This one is $35.99. It's the Natural Lulu. That's the name of the fabric collection. We have got butterflies with the little spotty backgrounds. Then we've got some flowers. But aren't these colours lovely? They're really sort of rich, almost autumnal shades. And then we've got the butterflies on the ivory background, and then the flowers, I think they're tulips. So again, so all you have to do is choose. You've got the autumnal colours, you've got the Liberty, I'm going to show them just like this. You've got the William Morris, and then you've got these bright colours. So there's the 4 colours together. Obviously each one, they all come with the kit and everything, but just for you to choose, because they have been selling on pre-order, I don't want you to miss out. Now, if you want to use your own fabric, we do have the kit without the fabric if you want to use your own. They're $24.99 for the kit. So this is the red one. So in the kit, you will get everything that I showed you before. You get the zips, but in red. You will get this whole piece of fabric. Now, remember, Katharine is going to demonstrate exactly how to make this. So you get this whole piece. So there's the large bag outer. There's the small bag. What's that square for?
So that's for your header.
Right.
At the top of the zip.
Oh, right, yes. So that square rectangle is for that bit there. So you even get it for that. So you get all of that, and you get the vinyl, which is really, really good, thick quality. It's all in there, I'll show you, but it's just that they've wrapped it in tissue paper. But there it is, really nice quality. So all you're going to have to do is provide some thread, a cup of tea, the radio, and a bit of peace and quiet.
Perfect.
That's all you need, isn't it?
Perfect.
So that's the one with the red zip. So all of them I'm going to show you, they're all the same. They've just got different colour zips. That's the red one. So just decide if you want to get one and use your own fabric. It does say you will need 2 and 3 yards each of 4 fabrics. 2/3. Can't read. 2/3 of a yard, so half a metre each of 4 fabrics. This one has got the black zip, exactly the same. You will get the vinyl, you'll get the printed interfacing, you'll get the zips with the bias binding, full instructions, but with the black zip. What was the other colour?
Taupe.
Camel. Camel is very limited. So this is, I'll show you what it looks like. This is when Katharine's made hers. That's what the zip colour looks like. So in camel. And then there's one with white. Oh, I've got the white one. Ah, the grey one's the one I opened. That's why I can't find it. So there's the white one. So again, you've got everything, you've got all the instructions all in there. So that's the white one. And then finally, the grey one, that's the one I opened. So that's the grey zip. So there's black, red, camel, white, and grey. There's 5 of them. So that's the colours of the zip. But I opened that pack. There we go. Right, so there's all so you've got the kits, so they have all the fabric in and the packs, or you can have just the packs, but in the pack you've got everything you need except for the fabric. Right.
Whew. Are we sorted?
Have you got that? Have you got that? Right, how are we going to
There's a lot of
make this
colours,
then?
aren't there? Lots of colours. So first of all, you can have a think about what lovely colours you're going to use and cut out a square for the lining of your pouch. And you're going to attach it to your stabiliser. So I've used 505 just to baste it together.
Okay.
Or you can pin it, and then you stitch all the way around that outer edge to secure it.
Oh,
and
so
hold
you
it
could
in
just,
place.
if you haven't got spray, we have got spray, but if you haven't got spray, quilt basting spray, that's what Katharine has used to attach the interfacing to it.
Yes.
But if you haven't got that, you can use pins. But $13.99, you can use this. You don't just have to use this for quilt as you go, but it's a really good way if you are basting a quilt, so you can then attach the wadding to the backing. So $13.99, really worth having.
Useful. So useful.
But if you don't have that, you
But
can
you can
just
pin
use-
it, and it
can
says you
just
can pin
that.
it in the instructions.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so it gives you options. And then you've got your cutting instructions, so you've got all your pieces, and we're going to put them together in the order. You probably, I don't know if you can see, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's numbered on
Lovely.
your little layout. Your lines are placement lines, not sewing lines.
Right, very
important to remember.
Placement, not sewing.
So you can see my central square fits in there very
So
nicely.
in the instructions, it gives you all the sizes.
Absolutely.
Right, so you cut it all out.
Cut it all out ready.
And how do you decide what colours to use where? Or do you just
Well,
go...
I just went with the flow.
But I guess you've got to make sure you don't use too much of one, or did you just randomly
You've got
alternate them?
absolutely plenty. If you use lots of one in one bag, then obviously you wouldn't have so much to
Okay.
use in another one.
But you don't have to be too even with it.
No.
There's plenty.
No,
Okay.
there's loads. So then we're going to get our number 2, which is a little triangle. And we're doing right sides together. We're going to place that on the line there.
Right. And then do you pin them?
I'm going to pin it to hold it in place. And then we're going to stitch it with a 1/4 inch seam. So we're not so that, as you can see, that line was a placement line. We're going to sew just inside.
Yeah, I guess there'd be
on
no
the
point in being
1/4
a
inch.
sewing because you won't be able to see it. So that's a good idea. Because otherwise you'd be like, I can't see that now. So placement, not sewing.
Absolutely. Okay. So then we're going to stitch that. Take our pins out and we're going to finger press it up. Don't iron it. You can use her magic wand.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Yes. So June Taylor
Yeah.
does do a magic wand.
I haven't
The
got one of those.
magic seam wand. So the magic seam wand, it's a wooden thing. Then we go to town. So when you can't press something, either because it's going to melt or you're going to iron off the print or whatever, or the fabric, it's magic because it doesn't require heat. But it's wooden. Can you
Have a little go?
Do you want to give me a little demo?
Yeah.
So it just
So it just kind of pushes it and you can...
presses it
press it,
without the need
yes.
for heat. That's really
It's
good,
nice,
isn't it?
actually. That's a nice little tool. I've not used it before. Not had one before.
I guess because it's got quite a point on
But
it.
actually, that actually
That's
really
good
works.
press, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you need a magic wand,
I do.
Catherine. That's brilliant, isn't it?
So, so that's your first one. Press with your magic wand or finger press
Yes,
it
it's
open.
for pressing small seams or paper piecing, and it'd be good for FPP.
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
You wouldn't think it would make such... It really
Yeah,
does.
really good. That does, I know.
I really hadn't ever used one before.
Well, you know, I'm going to leave it there with you. and
Thank you very
can play
much.
with it.
Yes. So then we're going to the opposite side, so number 3, and we're going to pin and stitch the next one.
Right.
And then I can have fun with my magic wand again.
Yes, you can use the magic. Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it? You know, when you find these little things and you think, no, that's amazing.
Do you know what? There's so many little gadgets, and you think you've lived your life so well without them,
know.
and then when you've got them, you think, how on earth
How?
did I manage?
Yes. Like yesterday, we had those, you know, those surgical tweezer things. They're called needle grippers, aren't they? But they're actually used for pulling, they're used in surgery.
Oh, right. Okay.
Have you not got any
No,
of those?
haven't got any of those.
They're
I've got
amazing.
nothing, have I?
Needle
Nothing.
grippers. So I think they're used in surgery for pulling needles through skin and things.
Ah, yeah.
But we sell them as needle grippers. And they are amazing
You
for...
see, I just have a pair of pliers in my...
But you know
I
when
say
you
back,
like
it's
want
a
to
bit
put
like that, isn't it?
slider on a zip, and
Yes.
sometimes you can't get the other end through, those, they hold it so tight.
I need to watch this really good sewing channel
You
called
do.
Sewing Street, don't
They're
I,
really
to get all my
good as well
gadgets.
for getting hold of wadding and putting it in, like if you're stuffing little things. Then
Yeah.
you put it right inside and undo them, and they're brilliant. I know I lived my life for a long time without those.
Well,
You need needle grippers as well.
I need that too, don't I? Yeah.
And a magic wand.
So you've got to do the opposite sides because we're going to have little overlapping corners. So now we're going across to 4 and 5, but it is numbered in the right order. Don't these fabrics look nice together?
They do, don't they? But, you know, Liberty fabrics always work well. Honestly, I think you could put any Liberty fabrics together and they'd work.
Those both on. That's.
I bet you've got gadgets that I haven't got, though. What's your favourite gadget? Top Katharine gadget.
Actually, it's a little L-shaped ruler.
I haven't got one of those.
And it has, you can get quilting ones and you can get inches, you can get centimetres, but it has the numbers all the way around on all sides. And it's brilliant for measuring. And it's by Jen Hogg, who was on the sewing bee years ago. It's one of her tools. Yeah. I use that all the time.
There you go, I haven't got one of those. Ooh, we'll have to get them.
You'll have to put it on your Christmas list.
Yes. The L-shaped measuring thing.
Yeah, it's only small, but it's so useful.
Yeah, sometimes they are, aren't they? It's just those little things. It's like my magnetic pincushion. Absolutely love that.
Magnetic pin dish, I use loads. They're really good. Not just for pins, for paper clips, for...
I use it for like crawling around the floor and picking all my pins up at the end of the day. I mean, and they are so inexpensive, aren't they? But just fantastic. I love that. Fabric clips, love them. Turning tube is my favourite tool.
Oh, yes. Once you've got one of those, you can't live without it. None of that knitting needle rubbish. No. A big rotary cutter. Stuart converted me onto the big ones, the 60 cent, and I like that so much better.
Oh, really?
But it's faster cutting.
Do you know, I've got one and I never use it. Maybe I will. Why do I never use it? I don't know. I guess it is faster, isn't it? And I have got one as well, but never use it. Sits there.
Well, there you go.
Right.
Try that.
Gonna do that. If you've got one of those, use it.
But I love how when you come and do these things, like, and in the sewing community, everybody has their favourite thing, but then you learn from everybody else.
Oh, I know.
Like, oh, what have you got?
What have you got? Why do you use that now?
Yes.
Look at the magic wand. How cool is that?
It does really press it really well.
I actually prefer that to the roller.
Yeah.
I think that's better than the seam rock. Yeah, I like that.
It's very good.
I like the fact that there's nothing, it's just wood, isn't it?
It is.
Nothing mechanical.
It's nice. It actually feels nice in your hand as well.
Yeah.
Which is always important. Right. Now I've numbered my little strips. So there we can see we've got our central little square, which is looking nice. And we're going to put these
that Katharine's using. But if you want to just get the kit on its own, that's the one on screen at the moment with the red zip. That's the one that's on the screen. That has the interfacing, the vinyl, the instructions, and the pre-biased zips. I want a green machine. There's two of them down there.
Oh, we've got one in the craft centre and it's fab.
I really want one
of
those.
Yeah, they are good. Hannah, who works with me, was for ages, I need one of these. I need one of these for bag making. So we have one.
Yeah, and I really want one of those. That's next on my list. Actually, we've got the Green Man coming back soon. Dave Green from the Green Machine. It's quite a nice thing to do, actually, isn't it?
Well, it's not difficult, as you can see.
Well, no, but once I guess
quite nice and relaxing.
I like the fact that you're sort of doing it bit by bit. It's like doing FPP, isn't it? You just do a little bit and then you move on to the next bit.
Absolutely.
It's lovely. But it's very accurate.
It's very accurate, absolutely.
So do you use a 1/4 inch foot?
No, not always.
Okay.
No, actually, very rarely.
But
you couldn't actually on this because you haven't got an.
Oh, okay.
You've got your stabiliser underneath. So I've moved my needle over onto the 1/4 inch setting on.
Right.
My machine at home has a nice notch at 1/4 inch that I will line it up with. So it's finding that bit that you like on your machine.
I guess what you could do is draw the 1/4 inch seam on to start with. And then find where that notch is eventually.
Yeah. A lot of machines now do have a guide or a setting, don't they? But yes, if you haven't, drawing it on, absolutely. Where's my lovely little wand?
Your magic wand, converted, Katharine.
Oh, I'm having such a nice time.
$13.99 the magic wand. Not just for, and it's not just for quilt as you go. It's really good for anything where you can't iron or you can't be bothered to iron.
Well, there's so much patchwork that you would use it for, I think, because especially if you're doing like small stuff where there's lots of things, and you don't always want to be getting up and down to the iron. This is perfect.
Well, yeah, because you don't need any heat, so you could have it by your machine, couldn't you? Just keep doing it.
Yes, I need that one. Definitely. See, it's going together quite
It
nice
is
and
actually.
quickly.
So I guess probably the hardest bit is deciding which fabric you're going to put where.
Yes. I just went for my favourites.
So you've used the same fabric like in each ring or
I
whatever,
have. I've gone to that
rotation.
one there for that.
Right. And then
I
cutting
used
it
the
all
nice
out.
big one. Yeah. So I used a little bit of them all.
Ben, where did that wand come from?
It's the magic wand.
It's a magic wand. I don't think it'll work as well.
No.
Where on earth did that come from? It's like a plastic wooden
Ew.
painted.
It looks a bit funny.
Quite like it though, quite good for pointing. You over there. Yeah. I'm not sure my wand is as useful as your wand. That's actually really horrible. Maybe somebody did fancy dress in the gallery at some point.
Maybe. For Halloween, perhaps.
It's actually
Was it here
quite
for Halloween?
horrible.
So I have to ask you, Rebecca.
Yeah, go on then.
What fabulous thing are you crocheting to wear for Glastonbury?
Oh, do you know what? I don't know. What I want to do, and I can't find a pattern, is do one of those, you know those long gilets, like almost full length.
I've probably got one.
Have you?
Yeah, because I've got this fantastic box at home that my mum passed on to me, and it's basically my childhood. It's all the patterns and things that she made and used to wear, and there is like a waistcoat.
So yes, like a waistcoat, but I want it almost floor length.
I'm going to have a look for it because
And
I'm pretty certain there is one in that
wow!
box.
And then just do it in all sorts
Stripes of colour.
Stripes of anything that I happen to have around. That's what I want.
So it's like it'll be like proper 60s, 70s pattern.
Yeah.
I will look for it when I get back to the craft centre.
Fantastic.
You see, Hannah, who works with me, she's always going, "You don't need this, throw it away." You see, I do.
I do, yes.
Because someone wants it.
Exactly. And you'd have said, "Do you know what? I probably had that pattern, but I threw it away."
No. Well, I can't
fantastic,
because
'cause
they've got so many memories, these patterns. I can remember wearing the things
Because I
that
can't
I made
find a
and
pattern
stuff.
for it because obviously clearly nobody wants one anymore. But
Well, I've got
want
an
one.
image in my head. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, well, if you
I may
do,
have it.
Fantastic. Because I've still got 6 months. I'm all right.
Oh, yeah, you've got heaps of time.
Heaps of time.
Heaps of time.
Heaps of time.
You can start
Yeah,
it 1st of June, you'll be all right.
I know, because I have thought about this. I'm currently crocheting a hat, which I've undone about 5 times because the stripes aren't quite right. I made my son a crocheted hat. I made him a jumper last Christmas, and then from the leftover, I crocheted him a hat, which I thought he'll never like that, and he loves it. Wears it all the
fab.
time. So I'm making him another one.
I crocheted a
been doing
jumper
it.
for my daughter. A
He
stripy
wears it all the
jumper.
time. It's the weirdest thing. He says it's really in at the moment.
Oh,
But he's in Canada, and it's very cold.
perfect.
Very cold. So I'm going to make him. That's what I'm doing at the moment. But I would like to start. Oh, that.
Right, I shall see if I can sort you out then.
Well, yes,
With my
that would.
stack of vintage.
Yes. Oh my God, that is that. Well, I hadn't even thought to look at that. I just thought, why can't I find one of these? Clearly, no one else wants to crochet a full-length gilet.
Well, they're fools.
Fools. Hi, Rebecca, Catherine, and team. If you press fairly hard and rub the wand backwards and forwards, it generates a bit of heat.
Oh.
Oh, does it? Does it? Have a go at that. Susie says, I weave magic with my seam wand every day. I presume that's Susie Duncan. Hi, Susie.
Yes, it does.
Does it?
Yeah.
Wow. Hi, for really awkward or tiny seams, you can warm up the wooden seam press on your iron.
You see, everybody else knows so much more than we do.
I know. It's like we've discovered this magic wand.
We're all
I've never
excited.
used
They're like,
it.
we've been
Look,
there, we've done
ladies,
that.
if you hold the magic wand against a hot iron, it works even better. Right, that's it.
There we go, it's down there.
That's it. We're doing it. Guys, you lot are brilliant. Morning all, can I use a universal machine needle for quilt as you go, or do I need a quilting needle, please?
This is just, I believe, a universal needle. Yes.
You could, if you want to get really technical, it'll be better with a quilting needle, but it doesn't have to be. That's the thing with these needles. If you use the right needle, it's better because it suits the thread or the fabric. So what do we do? Just yeah. How long for? Until flames start coming.
We don't want scorch marks.
Yeah, but actually I want that bit, don't I, to be hot, not the top. Which side did you use? Did you use that bit?
Yeah.
Right.
When I've sewn this, you can heat that up and then you can come and have a go at pressing it.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Although I don't think you want it to. What are you doing?
I was laughing at Ben he was saying that over half of the stock of the magic wand has gone. Right, are you ready?
Yes.
So I bet you probably get used to it. So if I say count to 10.
Oh, you can do it.
Oh, I'm going to go.
Is it warm?
Yeah, it is warm, yeah.
Oh, look at that, even better.
Yeah, and because it's only warm, it's not hot. It's not going to damage. So even if you did that on PU, it would be all right, wouldn't it? So I wonder how hot it needs to be. Anyway, you can have a go.
Yeah, that's warm but not boiling, is it?
How hot would you like it? So I guess if you probably get better about how much you heat, how many seconds.
Try not to burn myself on
until
my
scorch
television,
marks
shall I?
appear on your magic seam wand. Do you think that's one thing you're supposed to do, or just everyone out there has just discovered it?
It probably says it on the box, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. You place the flat side on the iron for about 10 seconds. As it's a beechwood, it absorbs and retains the heat for pressing. I'm Susie. Brilliant. Thank you, Susie. I knew you'd know that. Well, I guess the clappers are made from beechwood because they absorb the heat. 10 seconds. Thank you very much, Susie. Well, I'm definitely going to get one of these. What a great wand. I just like the fact it's never going to break, is it? It's wood, you know? And I guess, so if you've ever had, have you got, Alicia says, just put your wand down on your mat with the tip under your iron and it will warm for you. Oh, because the iron...
Sorry, I missed that one. And I haven't got my specs on, so I couldn't see it.
Well, because if you've got your iron like that...
Yes. It's a good job some people out there know what's going on.
I know, it is actually. But anything else you want to teach? You guys know, you see, you use these gadgets, so you know how many seconds. I'll leave it up for now. This is why it's lovely being part of this community, and you guys being part of our community, because when you've got a gadget, you've used it like hundreds of times, so you've worked out how many seconds and how it works and how you do it. And you lot are just an absolute fount of knowledge. Warm up your wand. So we've got so many of the wands in baskets now. If everyone checks out, it's gone. And we had hundreds of them. They are brilliant.
Well, they are a must-have, aren't they?
Absolutely.
That's my one, okay.
But the thing is, you can have that one, Catherine, as a gift from us.
I could have done with it when I was making my
Yes,
sample,
well,
couldn't I?
you can have that because now the packaging is ripped, you see, then we won't be able to use that again, which is a shame. And anyway, I think Catherine should have it because she's learned how to use it and knows it, and we'll use it all the time.
I will.
So she can have that one.
I'm pleased for everybody's top tips.
It's great though, isn't it? But it's because, well, we should do like, what's your favourite gadget, shouldn't we? Because it's everyone else telling you about their gadgets, and they're not the sort of most complex, expensive gadgets, are they? I've got a wheel thing to press seams open, but have just ordered a magic one from Maggie. Yes, I know what you mean with the wheel thing. And is that a seam roller?
That's like a seam roller.
But
they tend to, I always think, leave a little bit of a groove on either side.
Oh, do they?
I find. Maybe you're not using it right, though.
I don't know. But I think with this, you can choose your pressure as well, can't you? And also, you can't heat up a plastic seam roller.
No.
Whereas because if you've got a tailor's clapper, I love my tailor's clapper, and that's beechwood. Because what you do is when you've got a seam, particularly if you're using something like denim or a really thick fabric, or you've got patchwork seam with lots of fabric, you steam it and then you put the clapper on top, and then immediately all the heat and the steam gets absorbed into the clapper and sets the seam, because it's beechwood.
I need one of those as well.
Right, yes, let's talk about the project bag. Put my wand to one side.
So look, I've got all the pattern done there now.
Oh, cool.
So you can see how nice that Liberty looks.
Right, while you heat
sort
up your
them, yeah.
wand, I'll go through these. So the kit. So the kit that Katharine is actually currently using at the moment is the Liberty. So in this kit, now I've got to like trawl through all of it. Actually, I have made.
You've got yourself in a bit of a mess.
I've made such a mess.
Is
here.
your sewing room untidy?
Yeah, absolutely. But then when I finish a project, I do have a whiz round and put it all away, and then within seconds, it's like
Me
it
too.
again. So in this kit, you get the 4.5 meters of this beautiful Liberty, which you've been seeing in action, and you get the whole pack, which has got full instructions. You've got the red zip with the bias tape. You've got the vinyl, clear vinyl, and you've got this piece as well, which is all the big bags. Now remember, the big project bag is 18 inches, the small one is 16 inches, and you've got enough fabric, vinyl, zips, and this to make both of them. So that's the Liberty one. If you want to make the William Morris one, which is this is the small version that Katharine has made for us in advance. So in the William Morris one, you get the pack that has the taupe zip in it. And then these are the fabrics. Gorgeous, aren't they? So you get 1/2 meter of this one. Beautiful. Does it say what collection this is from? Buttermere. That's lovely, isn't it? I love the blue. So you've got the blue one. You've got this one in that lovely William Morris brick red. Loads of you've got this in baskets, just warning you. If you don't get it checked out, it's going to sell out. Then you've got Willow Bough in this lovely taupe shade. And then you've got, what did you call these ones? Which I thought were dandelions?
Coltsfoot.
Coltsfoot.
It's like that little yellow. It looks a bit like a dandelion, but it's smaller. That
It's
little
gorgeous,
yellow weed,
isn't
it?
Really lovely. So that's that collection. If you want this black and colourful one. Oh, this one's been the most popular, $49.99. The kit in this one, you get a black zip, and obviously you get all the interfacing and the vinyl and the instructions. And these are the fabrics. It's lovely, isn't it? It's bright and bold. I love the black with the bright colours on it. It looks like droplets of water. So you've got the 2 black ones, and then you've got the white ones. Gorgeous. And that's got the black zip. Is that all of them? No, there's the autumny one, isn't it? What colour zip does this one have? Because I've mixed everything up now. Black. This one has the black one. So I've mixed all the kits now. No idea what I'm doing anymore. So that's got all of those fabrics in it. Now, do remember as well, if you want to use your own fabrics, we have got all of these for sale on their own. So the red on its own has been the most popular. So that's the red one on screen at the moment. Or you can have the black one. Got that one, the black zip. It's a really affordable way of getting involved with this. Obviously, these kits are gorgeous. We have collated the fabric and curated it for you. But if you want to use your own fabric, then this is a really affordable way of doing it. Amazing value for money for when you think of everything you get in there. We've also got it in the white. Not sure where that one's going. Yeah, white. White's in the white. Or we've got it in the grey. I can hold the zips up because I can see them. Or in the grey, lovely. Or we can have it in the camel. But the camel one, we've only got 2 left. Oh, look, there it is. There's the camel one. We've only got 2 of the camel left. And one honorary mention for the Magic Scene wand. Flown out, $13.99, game changer. We've got more in baskets than we've actually got. Let's see, and Catherine's done the whole of hers. And she is like me, loves a gadget, and haven't seen it before.
Yeah.
And we've only got 20 left, so you need to get checked on that. And 39 of you've got it in baskets. So how was the heating up now you've done 4 seams?
Yes, it's good.
It works better?
Yeah. It just gives you that little bit extra.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can use it without. As you saw, we were having no trouble, but it just gives you that.
It gives it a little bit, so that is a little good tip. Thank you, everybody, for your Magic Scene wand messages.
Yes.
Right, so what do we do next then?
Okay, so while you were just showing everyone the things, I have gone round the edge again to secure all those corners, basically. You can, at this stage, if you want to, add more quilting or decoration.
Oh, okay.
But because we've sewn through everything, you don't need to.
But
It's
what's
your
nice
choice.
is that this is a manageable size to get under your
Absolutely.
machine to do if you want to.
Oh, yes, so if you wanted to have a go at free motion or something you've not tried before,
Oh, that's
it'd be
so
really easy,
pretty,
wouldn't it?
isn't it?
And then when you've done that, you are going to trim it to just outside that stitching that you've done.
So this, could you put wadding in this if you wanted to?
You could do. You'd want to put it underneath your
Yes, under
stabiliser
the
so you can still
stabiliser.
see everything.
Although I don't suppose you need
don't
to,
need
do you?
to,
Because you've got all
no.
the vinyl and everything, yeah. But it's nice, a bit of manageable quilt. I guess it is still quilting, isn't it? Because although it's not going through wadding, it's going through the interface.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
it's, you see, it's different because if you'd piece that together and then put it all on top, you'd have to quilt it.
yes.
But because we've attached it,
don't
we've got
have
gone
to.
along. It
so
is
you
built
could
as
get
you
to
go.
this stage and go, yeah, no, I'm going to add some more detail, but
Yeah.
you don't need to.
You don't need to.
I think this
So there we go. There is our background. So that will be on the back of your project bag if you're doing it properly. And this
But
will
you
be
get,
on the
with that kit, you
inside.
get that lovely liberty. So if we
Absolutely.
look at the one that Catherine's made, you see there, you get inside where Catherine's put the liberty, that's what you'll get on the inside, and then you'd get that, the print on the outside.
Yes,
The thread spool.
yes. So I used a bit of all 4 of them because I couldn't choose. They were all lovely.
I know, really do. Yeah, I guess you sort of want to have like the main one there, but then you want to use them for the
So, well,
print as well.
I've done it. So when it all goes together, my zip will be here, and I've chosen that one on the top. So there was a bit of all of them. And then
Yes.
that's going to be my binding.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
So when you've made that part, you've got your outline for your header, and you put both sides on for this, front and back, and then you're going to stitch over the top in whatever design you like. She does give you some ideas. So I'm just going to do a couple of quilting lines down it
Oh,
to
so you
hold
could
it all
just
together.
do some top stitch lines. but just
Absolutely.
Something to hold it together.
Something just to
Okay.
hold it together. Yes.
Yeah, so what does she say in the instructions? Let me get...
So she says you can top stitch through all the layers in a quilting pattern.
Oh, and then she's given some, so just
given you some
horizontal or
ideas.
vertical or crosshatch.
Absolutely.
Got it.
You can get fancy if you want to, can't you?
But I've worked out now, so this zip, didn't realise, this zip actually has a name, this brown zip. It's called a zippity-doo-done.
Have you not done these
No.
ones before? I've done a couple of these with
So
this
the zip is actually called zippity-doo-done because it's already sewn in. Can you imagine being the person that's to work in the factory making these? Oh, I don't think I'd want that job. Because they still must be sewn by a person, mustn't they?
I would have thought so, yes.
They're so neat. They're so neat. Okay, I've worked out how they do it now. I was just thinking, how do they do this? Clever. But it's already done for you. And so for people who like think, oh, I don't want to do zips or I want mine to be neat, it's all the difficult bit is taken out for you.
The easiest way, isn't it?
A good stash buster as well. So if you just buy the project pack, $24.99, just think of all the bits and pieces from your stash. You know, and even if you didn't have a piece big enough to do the one lining, you could join pieces together to do the lining piece as well.
Okay, so we'll trim this down as well to the size. Then we can start to put things together. So you can see once you've cut it all out, it actually goes together.
It does, yeah.
Very quick, swiftly.
So you can spend an hour or so thinking about your fabrics and cutting it all out.
Stroking them a little bit.
Stroking them a little bit, particularly if you've got those. And then the actual construction. And it's the sort of thing, you know, when you make something like this, you know, you've been putting things in carrier bags up till now, but you've actually, you know, you think, I really ought to make one of those. Yes. Actually, it'd be good for keeping things in, like if you wanted to keep all your Christmas cards or stationery, it doesn't have to be used for sewing things. If you wanted to keep...
I should keep my vintage knitting patterns,
your
crochet patterns in them,
ideal. Actually, it would be brilliant for knitting patterns. Or you could, you know, for the bigger one, or your dressmaking patterns.
Yeah.
And then you could use some of your favourite dressmaking. If you've made some lovely dresses, you could use oddments of those. In fact, what you could do is crochet the back, couldn't you? But that's what I mean. It's quite a nice thing. Even if, you know, you wanted to use it for like artwork, to put as an art folder to put the kids' artwork in.
Yes.
So you know, because it's got the vinyl, it doesn't have to be used as a project bag.
It does not.
All sorts.
Right, so we're ready to do our
Oh
zip
yes, now
now
I'm really fascinated.
Okay,
to
so
see
you're
how
going
that
to
works.
lift up one side of this lovely binding and slide your header into it. And you want to sort of centre it. We've got a little bit extra, so we can trim off at the end, which is useful.
So you just got to get that right into the
Yes,
fold.
absolutely. So hopefully you can see there, it's like right up to the edge, and then I'm going to pin that in place.
That's so much easier than a zip.
It really is, isn't it?
Well, it's quite nice as well. It gives it a nice edge.
Okay, and then I am going to, and because you've got all this lovely binding, you haven't got to get a zipper foot to go really, really close and everything.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You're just going to come down this
Yeah,
edge
you haven't got to get, because someone else has done that. Clever. I think it's genius. And I guess you could use a matching thread or a contrast thread for sewing the zip in.
Absolutely, I've got white on the machine, so it is standing out. So I better try and go straight, hadn't I?
But you could use matching if you figured, oh, I'm not sure that's going to stay straight. Yes. So what I want to know is how you do the next bit with this vinyl.
Right. So now I haven't trimmed my vinyl down.
So any tips on cutting the vinyl?
You can just use scissors or a rotary cutter.
Right. And it just...
Now, I think, having made these before, she tells you to cut a certain size to start off with, but I found it wanted to move a little bit.
Right. Okay.
So I found that cutting it down afterwards
Good tip.
was the way to go. Just in case it kind of goes a bit skewy. Or
so I presume
whatever.
you've got enough to cut them a little bit bigger.
Yes, absolutely. So... Look, my header ends here, but this actually goes right up to the end of the zip, so I've got a little bit over.
Okay, so cut it a little bit bigger, then trim it afterwards.
Absolutely.
So when you put the vinyl in, say anything different, just...
So you can use, she tells you, you can use your tissue paper to put under it to help it guide through your machine if you need to.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay, so you don't, so that's just helps.
It's quite handy if if you've got the double-sided tape.
Oh, of course. What?
That can help just keep that in place.
Well, I guess you can't pin it, can you?
You can't really pin it. I haven't. I need some clips actually, just to clip it on the edges if I can.
I've got a packet here, funnily enough.
I know. I didn't want you.
We'll put them back afterwards.
I'll clip it on the ends.
Do you want a few? Oh yes, I guess that double-sided.
Yeah, so the double-sided tape inside works quite well.
But I guess also
still.
this is quite good quality vinyl because it does come in different things.
Absolutely.
This is quite nice and thick, so it will stay in place.
Yes, it will. Right, I'm going to stitch it slowly. Is
So
the plan.
Anything special? Just normal stitching? Normal knitting?
Yeah, it's going through fabric either side.
Yeah, I suppose so. So you don't need a special foot to help it through then?
I didn't.
Well, no, I
You
thought
shall
about
see.
No, but you might have done, but because you've got that nice and encased in the fabric tape either side, it's not going to stick.
Hopefully it's going to be okay. But no, I don't think you need anything specialist to do this. Like you say, you can. So we could... It's going to slide out. So, but if you find it is sticking, if you have this and stitch that, have that underneath as well, that's going to help it slide along.
And then just tear it off.
And then just tear it off.
Okay, so if you've never worked with vinyl before, this is a really good introduction.
I would
to
say
it as
don't
well.
be frightened of it.
And it's great because it looks really clever, doesn't it? Like you've got, that you've sewn this vinyl. I think it looks really clever. So if you've not done it, again, because it's all in the pack, you haven't got to go and find it. This is a really good opportunity. All you've got to do is choose your zip colour. The packs are exactly the same. They've all got the printed interface in the instructions, the vinyl and the zip. It's just the colour of the zip that's different with each one.
All right, let's give it a go. So you can see it's going through.
Yeah, it's fine.
Absolutely
it's not
fine.
sticking or. Well, also I think it's nice to use these different materials, and starting with something like this, then it gives you the confidence to try it again. Fabulous. I'll put my clips back.
So there you go. See, it's gone through the tissue.
Oh, then you can tear that off.
Tear that away. And that helps it not stick in the same way. So even the tissue is in your pack.
Yeah, which is fab.
Which is brilliant.
So then you can use that for other things as well.
Absolutely.
That's your tracing paper done.
So then you've got your top, you've got your bottom. So now you can clip it all together, and then that's now when I would trim that down to the right size.
And I guess because there's more than enough, as long as you cut the pieces out for both of them.
Yes.
Then you'll make sure that you've got enough. And you can use that bit.
Absolutely, you can make a little
pencil
purse.
Little purse.
Little see-through
pencil
purse,
case.
couldn't you?
I'll have a little tidy up.
I have, my stash is not a stash anymore, Rebecca, it's a hoard.
A hoard?
It's a hoard, and I got the hoard out of the understairs cupboard, and it was all in the hall.
Right.
And my husband walked through and he went, "What's all this?" I went, "Don't look, don't look."
Don't even look.
Managed to pack it all away again. But, yeah. I need to organise my hoard.
I
some
look
of
at mine
these
all
nice
because
little
I've got all
bags.
of mine on shelves. Mine used to be hoarded in the loft in boxes and bags and everything, but I've got it all on shelves now. I look at it all the time, and I do use it.
Well, now I think you have to go through it every so often because then you remember what you've got.
Yes, but I have actually got mine all out in shelves, and I've got it in colours as well, so I do look at it. But then it gets all mixed up, and then I have to put it all back because I can't even be bothered to put it all back. But then I noticed that under my table I've got lots of bags and boxes with parts of the hoard that need to be put on the shelves. And I was going to do that on Sunday, and I looked at it and couldn't be bothered and walked off again. I had this thought, right, today I'm going to sort out all of those, and just walked away.
There'll be a day when you're in the mood for it.
Yeah, I need to be in the mood, but just wasn't in the mood. Right, I know everything is now.
So when you've got it all together like this, you can
Okay.
clip round and then you can stitch it round to hold it in place.
Fabulous. And then you put the bar, and then it's bound.
You're just going to make some normal bias strips, and they are going.
And all of that's in the instructions, though, isn't it? So that's all in there. Well, that is fab. Thank you so much, Katharine. That's been brilliant. Please do keep checking out your baskets, particularly those of you who have the magic seam wand. We've got twice as many of you who've got it in the baskets, and we've actually got it in stock. It is brilliant. It's a great thing.
Totally.
I know, we're going to have to give Katharine hers. I feel she deserves that. It's amazing. But it's when we actually use things and have a go at them. And all of you, thank you so much for your messages. I'm going to ask you about lots of other things. What's your favourite gadget? Because who knew that was so good?
We do know.
Brilliant. Anyway, we'll see you back in an hour.
Yes.
And we're going to do the Helen Newton cake cushion.
We are.
Message from Karen. Hi both. Great demo, Katharine. White version ordered. I'm going to use one of those bags for my smaller rulers.
Good plan.
That's a really good idea because then you can actually see them, can't you?
Yes, you know those little 1/4 inch ones,
Yes.
seam guides? I can never find those because they're see-through.
Yes.
And they get lost in the bottom of the drawer.
Well, you need
You
to
can
put
give
them
me
in
my
one of those bags.
samples. Well, I should take
Yes,
them
and
home
you
and
should
put my
do
rulers
that.
in them.
Keep checking out the kit, the pack that's got the camel zip in it. There's only one left of those, so you need to check out on those. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time. We're doing the Amber Makes best of. Well, I managed to get everything reprinted that we've sold out of ages ago. So we've got loads and loads of different kits. I'm going to go through them all, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Congratulations to everyone who got their magic seam wand. Apparently, they're almost double the price on Amazon. Just saying. Just saying. Somebody messaged us in. Anyway, well done to all of you. Now, this hour is all about the Amber Makes kits that we have sold out of or have been very low on stock of, and I've persuaded them. Look, there's so much on my desk. Look, I'm surrounded by flowers. Flowers? We haven't done the flowers for ages, have we? Anyway, we're going to start with the bags. So, the very first bag we did, well, I think it was the autumn and the winter one, the tote bag. So I called this the Totally Tote when Amy and I first designed it, because it totally does everything I wanted a tote to do. It's nice and deep, so it's got quite a wide box corner. It's got an internal pocket with a zip, but you don't have to put the zip in, and I always like that. The pocket inside is printed, can you see on this elephant one, secret things, and then there's also a little, there's a print on there as well on all of them. So it's a printed pocket, that one's even got an elephant on it. I wanted that. It's got nice long handles, so you can easily get it over your shoulder, but not too long, nice length. Each of the kits comes with the pieces to make a matching zip purse, because I do like a zip purse, and fully lined. The bag itself is fully lined as well. Now, when you make it, you can choose, and it's all in the instructions, you can put bosal in it, so this foam interfacing, which gives it that kind of basket effect. Or you can put, I'll show you this one, wadding in, which gives it a softly padded quilted effect. Or you can put nothing in it, and I'm going to have to find one with nothing. That's nothing, isn't it? Or nothing, like this swallows one. And if you put nothing in it because you want it to fold up, it will actually fit inside the zip purse. So it's very multi-purpose. There is also a full video tutorial on the Amber Makes website, so that if you've never made a bag before and you want to be able to go through and sew together with me, then you can see how to do it. So that's the tote, but we do it in lots of different prints. So with every kit you will get, and I'm going to show you to start with, so with the elephant one, so I'm going to show you the panel for one of them, but this is how they will all come. So you get the full panel that's got the front of the bag, the back of the bag. At the bottom there's the lining with little elephants on. You've got the handles, all the pieces for the zip purse, and you've also got, all of them have got extra little pieces. that you can use. You could make a tiny zip purse with them. You make a little bag charm. They've got little labels on them so that you can label the bag, which is great if you're making them for a friend. This bag belongs to, little labels. There's even extra bits and pieces. So where you've got the box corners, we've got like little pieces there that you don't need for the design. Can you see? You don't need those for the design, but those are just extra pieces. So every kit will come with its panel like that. So all you need to buy is, if you want to put the wadding or the bozo, you'll need that. And if you want to put a zip in your pocket or in your purse, you'll need the zip. If you go onto the website, it does list all of those materials, but there's nothing else you need in terms of complex bag hardware at all. Just the zips. You will also get full instructions, like that. There it shows you on your instructions how you get to watch the video tutorial, and then in the instructions it's got all the photos. You don't need to use the tutorial, all the photos of exactly how to make the bag and the purse are in there. Right, so that's how the kit works, and I'm going to show you all of them. So let's start with elephants. So there's the elephants. This one has got bozo in. And the lining, I love the lining because it's blue. Can you see? Okay, like that, look. It's blue inside. And then the little zip purse, which has the matching lining as well. So you don't have to make the zip purse, but it's quite nice. Why not? You could use that for something else. So that's the elephant one. Right, should we, which one? I don't suppose it matters. Let's go garden birds, because that's where it is. Now, these are very limited because I wanted to get quite a few to give you a taste of all of them. I couldn't get lots of all of them because the warehouse would have cried. So that's why. So this one, garden birds, you've got a little bird feeder on one side and you've got all of the garden birds flying on the other side. The inside of it is pale green with all the birds. I'm going to show you. There's the lining. Now, if you do the pocket, but you don't want to put the zip in, you see here, I didn't put the zip in. Still got the pocket, but I didn't want to do the zip. But there's the pocket, the secret things with the birdhouse. And then this is the matching pouch. There we go. So that's the garden birds one. Next, we will do Meadow Cottage. I like this one because this is night and day. So on one side, you've got the thatch cottage in the daytime, and it's got beautiful, it's like a proper cottage garden, isn't it? With the trees, it's got a little bicycle outside. And then if I turn it around to the other side, it's night. So really nice. The inside of it, lovely. I'm going to have to turn it inside out so you can show it because I love the lining of this. Remember, all of this is on the panel. And remember, all of these are limited. So there's the lining. You've got all of those flowers. Now, I know what some people have done because the lining and the outside are the same size. They've actually made two bags from the panel. You'll have to obviously then use your own plain lining fabric, but because you've got the lining, some people have actually thought, well, I don't want to put that inside. I mean, it is lovely to put it inside because it matches. So that's the Meadow Cottage, and there's his little purse. Again, night and day, and it's got that same lining. So it's a lovely matching set. I know a lot of people have bought these as gifts to make for people. But remember, these are limited. You need to check out. The elephants, for example, well over half the stock, and it's getting that way with the birds. Now, this one, this I have to say is my favourite for two reasons. I love the bluebells, and can you see on the front, this is Luna, who's my dog, and Molly, who's Amy's dog. So when Amy designed it, I said, oh, can we have a bluebell wood? And then she sent it to me and she'd put Molly and Luna on. I thought that was the best thing. There we go. So you've got the bluebell wood. Now you can see, like with this one, it's got wadding. I quilted along all the lines of the trees. but you don't have to. And then the inside is just all bluebells. There we go, there's the lining. And so with that one, you know, I put a bright green zip in it. If you want the wadding or the bosal, you'll need 1/2 metre. It is actually, if you go on to Watch Live, I have scheduled it onto there, so you can buy it H640 or bosal in our form single-sided. If you want to do that, it is actually on the schedule, so you can go on to Watch Live and find it there. There's the little zip purse. We haven't seen these for ages and ages, and I love the bluebell wood because I think the colours have come out so well. And you know when you have that like nanosecond of a week in your life when the bluebells are actually out and you see them and you go, oh, I just love them, I love them. And there we go. Beautiful, love that one. I think it's probably my favourite, I think. So I'm not going to show you all the panels because we'll never get through everything. Now beach huts, maybe this, I don't know. This is one of the few that I've actually made this, and I took this on holiday with me this year. Not this one, I actually made my own. And I took it on holiday, and I love beach huts. It's a really good, I took it on holiday and I used it when I was going to the supermarket, I went to the beach. It's so cute. So you've got the deck chairs and the sea. I love the little boardwalk. Again, if you are putting wadding in it, you can quilt it. I think I just quilted down the path around the beach huts, but you don't have to. The lining of it is really cute. It's like a miniature version. So it's like, you know, when you get a fabric collection and you always get a fabric that's just all miniature versions, but that's what you get on there. There is a zip purse. I don't know where that is. I'll find out in a minute, it's probably fallen out. There is obviously a matching zip purse with it. This was massively popular, hot air balloons. Yeah. Look at that. But they're kind of, oh, Cat found the bit. There's a zip purse for the beach huts. Well done. I dropped it on the floor. There we go, that's the little zip purse that goes with the beach huts. So I'll put that down one side. So this is the hot air balloons. I love them because they're sort of vintage. And they're flying across a meadow of flowers and mountains. Aren't they lovely? And the inside of it is, look, is just an all-over print of the hot air balloons. So again, you could use, I mean, maybe you sort of think, oh, is this like summer? But you could use it any time, really, couldn't you? It's a lovely bag. And look at its little zip purse. And then you can use any zip for this. You know, it doesn't matter. I chose a sort of colour that sort of went with it. But again, if you go onto, once you click onto the kit, if you go onto the product description, I have listed in there all the sizes of the zips and the extra pieces that you'd need. That's the little zip purse. So that's hot air balloon. Just $19.99, and remember there is a video tutorial for this, so if this is the first bag you make, you'll be able to follow along with me. Swallows in the air. I really like that there. Aren't they beautiful? The colours, the orange has come out so beautifully. So you've got the swallows swooping over the meadows. And then on the inside, you've got that lovely orange. And I really like the print on this because Amy's done it. So you've got the orange background and then you've got the silhouetted swallows. And then you've got the whole swallows. And then look at the pocket. See, again, I didn't put the zip in this one because you don't have to if you don't want to. This, it says secret things and you've got a swallow in there. It's just quite nice to have that, isn't it, inside. And then the hands, the handles are on there as well. The handles are matching swallow fabric. There we go. And there's his the matching little zip purse. So, remember I said, if you want to use this as a fold-up bag, and you obviously don't put wadding or bosal in it because it won't work. So you need to fold it probably into about 3. And then it will fit in. But there we go. I'm just going to show you with the swallow one. So if you don't put the wadding in, then it will fit in so you can keep it in your bag. So you've got that whole tote bag in one little purse. There we go. I'll take it out, otherwise it's going to get ever so creased. But it's quite a big size to be able to get into a little purse. But that's an option if you just do that. And then all you need is the thread. But even with the zip in there, it will still go in. The last one is autumn flowers. And I really like this one because it's like a watercolour. Well, no, oil painting. You know, like an oil painting version of a vase of flowers. And I love the background. You know, when you see these really old oil paintings and you get that washed background. And then it's so pretty, isn't it? It's the sort of thing you find in one of these like art gallery, the gift shop, isn't it? And then they've taken one of these, but it's not. It's Amy's drawing. Yeah, and you buy it in the gift shop because you're about like £45, or you can make your own for £19.99. It is beautiful. There's the inside. Look at that. But a lot of people, you know, when you carry one of these bags, people, or when I take mine out, they go, "Where'd you get that from?" And you think, "Yeah, I know that's because you can't get it anywhere else, because I made it." And there's the little gift pouch. Perfect. So that is, I think, all the totally totes. So once you've made one, obviously much easier, then you can make them all because the instructions for all of them are the same, and there's the one tutorial for them. Yes, let's do the charm squares. Ah, there they are. Right, I put a couple of the charm squares in this because they keep selling out, so I thought you'd like to see these. So when we did an elephant show, where we did an elephant tote bag and storage baskets and book covers, we created a charm panel as well. So on here are 40 5-inch squares, all with elephant design. So you've got the big elephant, you've got the background with a blue background, you've got that large elephant profile, you've got the mummy and the baby and the trees, you've got labels on here that say, "I made this, me made, this took ages, made with love from." You've got rows of elephants across the top. So this is great for all your elephant makes. I mean, even with the row of elephants across the top, you could use that as a border strip on something. It's so lovely, isn't it? So, or a handle or a strap, because every bit of space is filled. So there you go. You get 40 5-inch squares for just £14.99. We don't have any wasted space because obviously we have to put the name on it, and then that bit's wasted. So, but you could cut that piece out, you see. So there they all are. Aren't they gorgeous? So last time we had these, they sold out. So I persuaded them to get these back again today. £14.99, and you'll get 40 of the charm squares, all featuring these elephants in the shades of blues and greens and greys. There's that one. Right, now the next one, we sold out, and it's taken me a while to get this, but I have had a lot of people asking me about this. So the block of the month that Amber Makes did, not the one, the flower of the month we've just finished, but we did the sewing one the year before, and every month you made one of these blocks. Obviously they were big, they were 12-inch squares, but we did a panel of charm squares with it. So what you get on the block, in the centre, there you go, you've got all of the 12 blocks. So, and these were the ones that we made, you know, we had them in the kits, they were printed as a 12-inch square, and you made them into the whole sewing quilt. But these are the smaller versions, and they were created so the colours went together. Now, we did a lot of extra prints and fat quarters and things to go with them using these prints. So each of the block of the month had a project going with it, and all of these prints were used amongst the projects. So we've put those on. You've got labels here. You've got extra pieces, like there's the sewing machine. You've got reels of thread. So you actually get on here, there are 40 in total, but you get 2 sets of these, so there's 24. There we go. And I had a lot of people asking me about those, but I really think they look so cute in miniature, don't they? Really, really, and lots of things. I made a wall hanging from one of these. You could make a cushion from them. Lots of things for your sewing room. They'd make a nice, they'd be good actually for making that zip pocket pouch we did in the last show, because they'd be really lovely for that. Or you could use the little squares to make things for your sewing room. Just $14.99. So that is the Sewing Charm Squares. Shall we do wrapped in style next? Right, so this is a collection that we did, I can't remember when, last year. I think we did it last year. And it's, when we did some Christmas projects, the whole reusable gift bagging was really, really popular. But I thought, why is it just for Christmas? We give gifts all year round. So this collection we created, it's called Wrapped in Style, and this is what you make with it. So I'll show you the panel in a moment, but let me show you what you get to make. Now, in order to get as many bags as we could on this panel, we didn't put any of the lining fabric in it, we just put the outer fabric. All the lining fabric is listed in the instructions, but you can just use something plain. So for this one, look, I've used calico. So in the set, you get the gift bag. So that's quite a nice big gift bag, isn't it? Really, really big gift bag that you can get items in. There's the bottle bag. So you could put a bottle of Prosecco in, whiskey, whatever you like. So there's the bottle bag. It's got a William Morris bottle on it, obviously. You get the round drawstring gift bag. So this is a way of you wrapping your gifts without using wrap paper. Also, I think it means you don't have to spend so much on the present. Because if you buy somebody, I don't know, a bottle of shampoo or some nice moisturiser and you put it in a pouch like this, all William Morris prints, it just looks nicer, doesn't it? So that's 3. Then there's a little bag, this one. So you know you get those little, you get them in cardboard sometimes, where they have a piece of string that ties around the centre. And then I've made the handles from cotton tape. So you've got little handles. This ties up in the centre and it says lovely little things on it on one side. That's really nice for a little gift. We've got a small drawstring pouch, ideal for a pair of socks or a soap. Love this one, look, the little tote. So this would be really good if you were giving something very small, or like a gift voucher or some cash. Good things come in small packages. That's really sweet. And it's just, actually, to be honest, I think I would just keep this as just a little tote bag to hang on my big tote bag. And then there's the gift envelope. Now, this is used, a gift for you. This is ideal. So when you do give somebody cash or a gift voucher or whatever, or a card, you know, it never looks, you want to put it in something nice and buy a nice envelope. But this, you actually just make the envelope. And so you can put it all in there. Also, on the panel, you will also get gift tags. So you can make all the gift tags that match each of the bags, and it means that you can just write on them. Like I wrote on mine in permanent pen. To Amy from Rebecca. She obviously never got that gift, did she? There you go. And they all match together. Now, that is the Morris one. This is what the panel looks like. It's a really big panel. Shall I hold it up? So this is the panel. So in order to get a lot on it, obviously use your own lining fabric. It can be any plain fabric though. So these are all the pieces, all the printed pieces you see are all on here. You can see the gift tags, you can see like the round bottom, there's the bottle bag, all using William Morris prints. There we go. And they obviously comes with full instructions. That's the Morris one. So, and it comes with, it's a really big pack brochure of instructions. It had to be to get everything in it. And there are listed on there what you will need, extra fabric and bits and pieces, but that's also on our website as well. Right, so we've also got exactly the same set, but in the jungle animals. Party animals, sorry. Yeah, jungle animals having a party. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look, you've got the giraffes and the toucans and the flamingos. They've all got party hats on. Actually, the giraffe's got party sunglasses on. Look, they've all got party hats and party glasses. Look, the toucans have got, what are those called? Party things that you blow and go, woo! What are they called? So that's on the front and the back. And then obviously the pieces for the spotty handles, the gussets, they're all on there. So that's your larger gift bag. Then inside, I mean, you could use, I've used a bit of pale green fabric. I put Bosal in this one just to give it some structure, but you don't have to. This is the bottle bag. I love the bottle bag because you've got the giraffe wearing his party glasses. And then he goes round to the back, which joins up, and he says, bottoms up. So that, you know, if you've bought somebody a bottle of wine, what a lovely gift bag to put it in. Just makes it a bit more special, doesn't it? The circular gift bag, I'll just open it up. That has the party cheetah on. And it actually joins up on the front. There's the front of the bag and there's the back. But the way that Amy's designed the prints is it joins up across. And there he is, look, he's got a balloon on his tails. You've got this lovely, like, jungly print. So that's the larger bag. This is the little gift bag. A gift for you. Woohoo! And that's the zebra with the party hat. But I like the ribbon. I bought some spotty ribbon. It's quite nice. You've got the ribbon as the handles. And then all you do once you put your gift in, you tie this section up. But just a little bit of an unusual one. And it's very, very fancy. There's the toucan with his party hat on. So that's your little drawstring gift bag. Then you've got the little tote. Just for you. So the handles for the little tote are on there. Just for you. Then from me to you, this is the gift envelope. It's actually really easy to make this. It's fully lined, but it's very easy. From me to you. And then obviously, like with the other one, you get all of the gift tags that match. There we go. So that is the Party Animals version. Again, you'll get the full panel. There it is. There's the panel. I just wanted to show you the size of it. But everything that you, and everything is labelled, so it's really easy to do. Just cut out the pieces, pin the label to your top, remember which is which. All the seam allowances are on the fabric pieces themselves, so you haven't got to do any measuring. There's no templates. You just need to cut them out and sew them together. Right, that's that one. And then the final one in this collection is so celebrating. So this one, now, what we did with this one is I sewed and appliqued these images. So I did a cake, all different Victor's sandwiches. And then once I'd sewn them, I gave them to Amy, who photographed them, and then we printed them onto here. So these are actually sewn, first of all, which is why so you can see the lines. It looks like I've machined that these have been quilted, but this is actually on the panel. So they are photographs of hand sewing and embroidery. So there's the cake. On that one, I love a Victoria sandwich. And then there's the bottle bag. So again, this was one that I machine embroidered and hand embroidered, and then we photographed it to make into the fabric print. So it really is sewing themed. So there's the bottle bag, fine vintage. Then this is the drawstring bag. Now this one, that was a watering can full of flowers. So you can see now when you look at it, you can see that I've machine embroidered it, and then all of the flowers are French knots. But then because we can then create that into fabric prints, even on the base of it, you've got the little flowers. So it's a really pretty gift, it has that real extra handmade feel to it. Then the little basket, because I decided the little bicycle, and it's full of flowers. The idea behind this was that it would cover lots of different occasions. So it didn't, if you were just given a gift for a birthday or an anniversary, it wouldn't matter. The little drawstring bag, that's a cup of tea with a jammy dodger that I made from felt. So that's the little jammy dodger with bunting. Then there's the little gift tote. Again, we've got the Victoria sandwich on that one. And the gift envelope, a gift for you. So if you've got the panel, you've got the instructions, you can keep these. And then when you've got the gift, they've obviously all got the gift tags. You can keep the gift bag, and then make them as they go along, or make them all, and then you've got them. But it just adds that nice extra little touch to your presents. And it's the sort of thing people will keep as well. Although I think with that one, I might just keep that one and take that shopping. The what? The pretty useful pouches. Yes. We'll do those next. Right, so the pretty useful pouches, designed these because they're pretty and they're useful. What I wanted with them, I wanted a set of 2 pouches that would have a zip that opens wide, so it opens beyond, so that you can open it the whole way. So that when you open up your pouch, whether you're going to use it as a toiletry bag, a wash bag, a cosmetic bag, a project bag, or you could use them as project bags. I wanted to be able to have them so the zip comes beyond but opens all the way. It has an internal pocket, so you can keep lots inside here. The bag is fully lined with a matching lining. So you've got the cheetahs on the inside and the leaves, and then on the outside you've got all of the jungle animals. And then the kit also comes with a smaller pouch. This one's got a zebra on it. Again, the zip opens all the way. So I've shown you in the instructions, and this comes with a video tutorial as well, exactly how to put a zip in so that it will open all the way. There's a pocket on the inside. So you could use it as a toiletry bag, and then you could use that as a makeup bag, or you can use them for projects, or you can use them for keeping like all your charging cables in. You could use them to take on holiday. Again, some people I know have made 2 bags because the lining and the outer are the same size, and they've used their own lining. So that means you end up with 4 bags. So the kit for this, obviously full instructions. The link is there on the instructions to tell you how to get to the full video tutorial. Let me just show you the panel so you can see what it looks like. Just $19.99. There we go. And that's got all the pieces that you need. Everything is on there. You'll just need a couple of zips. But again, if you go onto the details on the website, then you'll be able to see what those things are. So that's the jungle one. We also did it in seabirds. Now, this is one we haven't had back for ages and ages. It's a gorgeous design that Amy did. Look, so we've got the puffins. On both sides. So this is the larger one. And then if we open it up, it's got a pocket. In fact, if I turn it around, you can see it better. I love the print that's on the inside. So on the lining, you've got the really lovely dark blue. It's like a slaty blue with the puffins. It has an internal pocket. I put a little press fastener on mine, which is lined as well. All these pieces are on the panel. And then you've also got the smaller pouch. This one's got seagulls on it. Little seagulls. I've put wadding in mine because I quilted them, but you don't have to. I didn't with the other one. And then on the inside of this one, just so you can see the lining, you've got these pale blue background with the seagulls. It's such a lovely print. And what's great about these is because we've obviously designed them so that, they're not just fabric that's just been cut in the right place. The fabric is designed specifically so that it comes into the right place on the panel. So the puffins, everything is in the right place. Where the bottom is boxed, that's the rock that the puffin's sitting on. So even with the pocket, there's no fussy cutting. Everything is printed into exactly the right place, so that you've got your seagulls sitting in the right place on the bag. And this is the joy of being able to do these kits, is that without making them from just plain fabric, everything is created and put in the right place. So that is the seabirds one. Again, you get the full instructions, the panel. I won't go through the panel because it's the same as the other one, only a different colour. And then the final one is the crochet one, and I love this. So I was thinking with this one, yes, you could use it as a wash bag, a cosmetic bag. I think it'd be really nice as your project. So this, it's a granny square, but the circle turned into in the square, which I quite like, because sometimes you can do granny squares, you can do granny hexes, but this is when you do it. And Amy has done it, so it is exactly the crochet stitches you would do for this blue and white. It's lovely. So you could use it for a project bag. I mean, it is nice to have, because actually crochet prints are really in at the moment, so it'd be nice to have as a toiletry bag, but doesn't have to be. Let me show you the lining for this one, because it's a smaller version of it, but in a darker blue. And there's the pocket. Again, a smaller version for the pocket, and the pocket is lined, so everything is on the panel for this. Then I'll just turn it back round. But again, I like the fact that it opens all the way, so you can get lots in it. Very good for chargers, you know, when you have all those cables. So this is the smaller one. So you've got the darker version on the front and the back, and then the lining is the smaller version. And again, the little one has a pocket as well. So that's the crochet version. That one's on screen at the moment, $19.99. What shall I do next? Let's do the thatch cottage, because I haven't seen that for ages and ages. Here he comes. Now, this is one of the very first kits that we did with Amber Makes. That's why I'm very, very fond of it. It's because I'd always wanted a thatch cottage doorstop, but I could never find one. I found them where they were made in sort of print, you know, like flowery fabrics or stripy fabrics. But obviously, because of the way we do our kits, Amy puts I give all the shapes and the sizes for the fabric pieces, and then she puts all the print on. So I wanted red brick chimneys. So I've got fabric red brick chimneys. I wanted a thatch roof, so we have a thatch roof. It has a spotty holder. On the front, it's got the doors and the windows, which you can with this one. The roses are printed around the door, obviously, because it's thatch cottage, but then I embroidered on top. With the windows, you can add these on as extra applique ones or just leave them plain. It depends how much decoration you want to do. And then you've got the side of the house and the back. And then that's your beautiful, and I just love this one. So there's no flowers on the back of the house because nobody cares about that, do they? And then I even put a little button. So it's just got a weighted filling. It's very easy to make. Weighted filling on the bottom. It's stuffed with soft toy filling. A little bit of wadding on the thatch roof. On the kit as well, because you couldn't just do one thing, you get the little version. Now, you can use this as a little ornament, or if you don't, when you attach the roof, you sew it together. If you don't sew down one side and leave that open, you can use it as a pincushion and a place to keep your needles. So it's got the little roof, and then it's the same all the way around. So just $19.99, you get full instructions. And let me just show you the panel for this one. I haven't seen it for ages. It's a big panel as well. So you've got the inner roofs. So everything is printed on. You can see the little windows there. There's the thatched roof outers, which have got that lovely shading on. I love the red brick chimneys. And so there's the front where you've got the roses round the door. And then what we've done as well, even the bottom of it is like flagstones. Because that's important, isn't it? You need flagstones on the bottom. But then what we've done is put these extra applique pieces. So if you want to add the door, what you can do is put maybe some wadding or felt behind them, and then you can put them on top of the doors and the windows. They give them a slightly 3D look, but we've done them as optional, because you don't have to do that. You can just leave them as is. And then here's the baby one. So because the roof, as you can see, so if you want to leave the roof is like this. So if you don't sew this down, then you can have it flapping up. You can put needles through it and pins, so you can use it as a little pincushion as well, if you want to. And then the base has got the flagstones. They've all got labels, so that you can label them and put the name on them. And it can have whatever you like. So that's the thatch cottage. And I love that, because I think that's the joy of having these panels is that means that we can create, because where would you find red brick fabric or thatch roof fabric? But we can create just what you need for it. But that is one of my favourite kits ever, the thatch cottage. Right, let's do the storage baskets next. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, should we start with thatch cottage? Since we've been talking about thatch cottages. So these are really, really easy makes. If you're new to sewing or you want to do something very quickly, when people contact me and say, right, what's the easiest thing? I'd say these are really easy to make, but they're just fab. So in the kit, you obviously get full instructions. Again, there is a video tutorial for these. We didn't do it at the beginning, but when we did the elephants one, I refilmed it, and there is a video tutorial that comes with this now, although they are very easy. So you get on the panel, you get the pieces to make the big one, and the medium one, and the baby one. So you're getting 3 storage baskets for £19.99. You get there's the pieces for the outside, so it's like your thatch cottage. We've even got that flagstone floor. If I turn it round, so you can see the inside is illustrated like the inside of a cottage. So you've got the bed, you've got the pictures on the walls. It's got, it's got windows, it's got everything. So when you look at it, you can then see the inside. Now, these are really good for storing all sorts of things in. You can put a plant in one. I fill one of mine with apples. They're really good for just putting just anything. I mean, you could use these in the kitchen. I'm trying to think what I use these for, because I had a picture of them. What did I use these for? Oh, I know. I put all apples in the big one, and then I put lots of sort of sauces and bottles in the other one, and I put a plant in the little one. So that's the large one. But you can put whatever you like in them. Like plants are really good. Got some seeds in that one. Here's the medium size one. So this is like the shelves in a pantry. It's got all the bottles. So it's all the shelves. It's got recipe books, bottles, jars, a pouch. And then the inside is the same, and it's got the flagstone bottom. So this is lovely for the inside of the dress. And then the baby one has got all recipe books on it. Recipe book, cookbook, puddings, how to cook, occasion cake ideas. And then on the inside, it says scone, coffee, hot chocolate, tea, cake, tart. And it's got the flagstone bottom. It's so cute, but it's really easy to do. You obviously do need to put wadding or something in them, that's all, really. Very easy concept. So that is the cottage one. Right, the next one's sewing room. Now, this one we haven't had back for ages and ages. So this one has been designed, obviously, it's perfect to use with your sewing room. Half of the stock for this one went on pre-order. Let me just show you. There's the photo of the one I took where I filled it with, can you show that? I filled the top, the big one with, I think they were fat quarters rolled up. I put plant in that one, and then I filled the little one with thread. So they're ideal for filling with ribbons and things. So here's the outside. Showed it on the overhead. So on the outside of it, you've got the sewing machine on the table. We go round to the dressmaking dummy. We've got the ironing board. I'd like to say my sewing room looks like this, but it's far too tidy. But you've also got, can you see on the inside, you've got the sewing room, and you've got a very nice floor. This is the medium one. So with this one, you've got the shelves of the sewing room, the clock. There's the clock and the iron, and you've got, there's even a cat on the shelf, obviously. You've got a jar with scissors, you've got a little plant, my sewing room, you've got sewing books. On the inside, you've got the same print, but in a lighter colour. Now, all of these, just to say, have handles on the panel. But if you don't want to put the handles on yours, in fact, that's why I've just noticed, On this one, they do have handles, but the handles are optional. So if you don't want to put them on because maybe you're using them for a plant pot or something, you don't want them on, you don't have to. And it says in the instructions about not doing that. But the handles are on every kit, but they are optional whether you put them on. And look, there's the little one. And on the inside of that, it's got all the words. It says fabric, thread, spool, needle, pins. This is ideal for filling with maybe your thread bobbins or buttons or little ribbons. It's a really good way to tidy your sewing room. So that's the sewing one. Now, just to let you know, we've got more in baskets of this one than we actually have in stock. So you need to get checked out. Now, then we did one for gardeners next. This is the potting shed. I love this because it actually looks like a potting shed. Because the way it works is that when you make it like this and then you fold the top over. So Amy has printed it so that the inside of the lining folds over. So this is like the shed roof. So look, you've got the shed with all the tools. It's even got a dog. You've got a bird bath. And then you've got the back of the shed, obviously bicycle, all the tools. On the inside of the shed, I'll turn it inside out, because it is like the inside of the shed. It's got a wooden floor. It's got a wooden floor. Even the inside of the shed, it's got this, there's so much detail on it. So with what I did on this, I think I put plants and seed packets. That's right, because I remember I made John one of these and put a plant in. It's nice with a plant in, but you could fill it with seed packets and things. This is the medium size one, and I love, look at the detail on it, with all the shells, with all the pot plants in it. You've even got the secateurs on it. You've got the slate roof coming over on the inside. But there's so much, look at the miniature watering can. The inside of the shed is the same, but in green. Again, it has handles, but they are optional. And then the baby one says gardening, sow seeds, plants grow. It's got all of the gardening words over it. So a nice little gift for somebody, even if you bought somebody a little plant, maybe a herb or something, you could put it in there. Or you could use it for your, that's lovely. It's even got the wooden floor on the bottom. So that's the potting shed one. And then we've also got the elephants. Elephants. So this is the large elephant one. So you've got all the elephants. I like the border that folds over the top. It's got a little row of elephants there. And you've got the big elephant, the baby elephant. On the inside, it matches the tote bag, by the way, if you've bought that. There's the lining is in the pale blue. The medium one. And then I like the way you've got the elephants going around the edge, and the handles are printed with the same elephants. And then you've got the baby elephant one, which has got the cream coloured lining and then the blue rim around the edge. So that's elephants. I know it's difficult to decide. I know a lot of you have bought a few. They've said, oh, I like those. I'm going to make a few for different people. Then there's a winter one. Now, we did this for sort of Christmas time, but we sold a lot of them outside of Christmas because they've just got a nice wintry theme to them. And also, and if you're thinking now, I just thought I'd get the winter ones now, because if you're thinking about doing them for winter or for Christmas, then you've got them ahead. So I love the outside of this one. And on the inside, you've got the same scene, obviously. And then the fold over is the lovely winter sky. On the medium one, you've got all these roofs and houses is flying over. There we go. And then the baby one has got the little houses as well. So, because we did do Christmas versions of these, but I thought maybe we wouldn't do Christmas today. But this is just a little bit of winter. And the winter one was really popular, so I thought I'd bring that back. Right, I'm going to do next, because I've still got some time, I'm going to do the topsy-turvy dolls, because honestly, these were probably some of my favourite things. They were really, really difficult to design. They were really difficult to design. They took ages because I always wanted to make a topsy-turvy doll. But once I designed them, I absolutely love them. They're a little bit, I'd say, there's lots of little pieces, so maybe a bit fiddly. They're not difficult, but they're quite fiddly. But I absolutely love these. So I'm going to start with Cinderella. So this is posh Cinderella on one side. So her dress is fully removable, which was sort of important to me, because I think you want to take off doll's clothes, don't you? So everything is made. Her dress has got puffed sleeves. She's got a nice bodice. She's got that little frilly peplum bit. You can undo it here. Her hair is all, because this is posh Cinderella when she's going to the ball, is all in plaits. And on the panel, obviously, everything is here, but the features are printed on. And that was important because I think that's the most difficult thing with the doll, is to embroider it on or get the features right. The instructions tell you exactly how to do all the hair. Now, this is why I love them. So there's posh Cinderella, and then we'll turn around and she becomes Cinderella in rags. She's still as beautiful. But Cinderella in rags, she's got a brown dress on, she's got an apron with patches, and then on the side of her dress is all the patches. The apron you can take off. With this one, she's got her hair just tied up. The apron comes off, the dress comes off. So it's just the actual doll itself is very simple to make, because it's just a long doll with 4 arms and 2 heads. Does look a bit odd when you're making it, to be honest. But then it's really nice making the clothes. And because you've got the prints for the clothes on the panel, if you then want to make it some more, trace around them. So let me show you the panel. It is an absolutely... So this is why I wanted to bring this back. It's $19.99. It's a huge panel. Now, I know it looks really odd like this, because you've got the doll that's like that. And then there's all of the dress pieces. So you've got facings. I made it as easy as I could so by having a facing, it was easier than hemming. Then you've got the overskirt, you've got the bodice, you've got all of the arms, because you have to have 4 arms. But with things like this, with the Cinderella's dress, I thought it would be easier to see here. So that is actually printed on, so you don't have to sew that separately. And the apron. I mean, it's mad, isn't it? $19.99 for all of this. And you've got even extra patches, so there's her dress. But it took ages to design because I wanted to make it as easy as possible to do, but as realistic looking. So I would say it's not difficult, but it does take time because you've got a lot of little pieces to make. So that's the Topsy-Turvy doll Cinderella. And I had one of these as a child and absolutely loved it. This is why I always wanted to do it. So that was Cinderella. And then we had to do, if we did Cinderella, we had to do Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, she's on Grandma's side. Should have turned around. So at the moment, she's Grandma. So Grandma has a mob cap, obviously, and grey hair. And there she is. She's with her grey eyelashes and grey eyebrows. I love that. So there's Grandma. Now, she's very posh because she has a very nice purple striped dress on and pearls. And she has a lace collar. And she has a very nice little apron. And she has a lovely striped dress on. And even the collar, to make it a bit easier, the lacy collar is actually printed onto the dress. So you don't need to do that separately. So there's Grandma. And then, if we turn her round, pull her skirt down. There we go. She becomes Little Red Riding Hood, who has, oh, she's been inside here for a while on a shelf. Let me take her cape off so you can see. So she's got an apron. She's got a very nice bodice that's all laced up, but that's all printed on there. She's got nice little puff sleeves. The apron can come off. She's very beautiful, isn't she? She's got very lovely hair. It's all sort of plaited at the front with a nice bow. And then she has a red cape, obviously. So she's got, so what you do with the cape is you attach that round the edge, round the neck. It's just got a little hook and eye. It's just such a lovely thing. I know a lot of you have made it. I've had a lot of messages from you saying how much you love doing it. So there's Little Red Riding Hood. I will just show you. She's so cute, isn't she? I love them. Because I've had a lot of people message me saying, well, I've made one, have you got the kit for the other? But we haven't had them for ages and ages. So this one makes me laugh the most because you've got Little Red Riding Hood with her lovely red lips and everything, and then you've got Grandma at the other end with her glasses on. And then you've got things like there's the mob cap, lining the mob cap out. It's a really big panel. I don't know how we've managed to get this for $19.99, to be honest, because it is a big panel. But you've got things like the facing, because it's easier to put a facing on than to hem. You've got the sleeves, Little Red Riding Hood sleeve. We've done things like printed the lace onto the apron to make it a bit easier. And like on the front of the Grandma's bodice, the pearls and the lace are printed on, and the lacing. But you see, what you could do is if you wanted to make different clothes for her, because you can take all the clothes off. It is quite funny if you do it. Should we do it? Because it is quite funny. Because they look really funny when you take all their clothes off. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's just, it makes me laugh. Well, because, no, I do know why I'm doing this. Because I know that when you make things like this for children, they like to be able to dress them and change their clothes. So if you trace round all of these pattern pieces before you make it, hang on, I'll have to undo her back. If you trace round all of these pattern pieces before you make them, then you can use them to make other clothes, because the clothes are fully removable, which is important. Oh, I've realised I don't think you have to undo all the clasps on both of them. Right. There we go. Right, then, it's just really funny, isn't it? Because yes, so if you've just tuned in, what are you making? Welcome to Sewing Street, where we make very strange things. But anyway, this is why it took so long, because I had to work out how to do it. So all of the dresses are made separately, and then all you do to join, you just join them together at the hem. So if you do want to make extra clothes for them, you make the whole dress like this, and then you just sew them together at the hem, and that's how it works. Anyway, it just made me laugh when I made them, because they look very odd. So there we go. There's Cinderella. I'll dress her later. But if you want to get your hands on it, I would do that. I would do that soon, because we rarely get these back in stock. It's a big panel, and I'm surprised they let me sell it, because we did it 2 years ago. I'm surprised they let me sell it at $19.99. I think, to be honest, that was the price it was 2 years ago, and they obviously haven't noticed and changed it. Right, 4 more projects. Right, we are probably going to run over this hour because we've got 4 more projects. But don't worry, because we will still give Katharine a whole hour, because we need a whole hour with her, so she will just run over as well. Shall we do the shapely shoulder? The shapely shoulder. So the shapely shoulder, I'll show you this comes in 3 different versions. I'm going to show you the Morris one first. Now, the way it works, it's a shoulder bag. That's why it's called the shapely shoulder. It has little pleats on the corners. That gives it its shapely shape. It's got a pocket, optional, obviously. You can put it on the outside or the inside, or not at all. But it has got all the pieces for the pocket. It has a magnetic clasp, but there's something very clever about this that I'm going to show you in a moment. And it has a little bag, a little zip case, obviously, because everything needs a little zip case. And it has a strap which has sliders, so you can adjust it, so you can wear it as crossbody, you can wear it as shoulder. It also has all the little pieces to make a matching little bag charm, which is a mini bag. Now, I know that there's a lot of people when they make bags that either say don't like putting in zips, just want to make a magnetic clasp. That's fine, so that's what this one has. But then other people say I don't want to make a bag that doesn't have a zip on the top because it's not secure. So on the instructions, there are details, and I'll show you on the haberdashery version. You can choose when you make this bag, and it doesn't matter which one you buy, you either make it with a magnetic closure or you can make it with the zip closure. And the zip is done so that it fully opens beyond the bag, so you can open it fully. So for the haberdashery version, I put the zip across the top. For the Morris version, I didn't, but you can choose. There is a full tutorial with this one as well, which talks you through doing that. So this is the Morris version anyway. Right, there's the Morris version. Let me show you the panel. I'm going to show you on the overhead for this. So on the panel, this is just to show you, if you haven't seen our kits before, the way it works is everything is printed. So because these corners are shaped, they've got little darts in them, but that's all printed on there. You don't need templates, you just cut round them and sew them out. So you've got the strap, you've got the outers. If we go down the other end, this is the zip case. The bag lining has got Morris print on it, both of them, and all the little tabs. And then there's the pieces for the little matching baby bag charm, even with the lining as well and the handle. And they've got those little darts in them. So when you make it, you can choose whether you do the zip across the top or not. And what I really like is, you know, because we print these, we've been able to put the larger version of the Strawberry Thief on the outside of the bag, and then we've used the smaller version of it on the inside. But there's no fussy cutting or working out, have I got my thrushes in the right place? They're all printed in the right place. So that's the Morris version. The haberdashery version, since I just showed you that, again, you can choose whether you put the zip in or not. Same thing with the panel. So there's the haberdashery. Perfect for you for taking on your sewing shopping. And there he is on the outside. If I open up the zip, inside you've got the little zip purse. And I'm hoping, yes, it is. So again, have I lost that? There's the baby bag charm, which is just a little thing. Do you know, to be honest, there was a space on the panel. And Amy said, what are you going to do with that space? And I said, let's make a baby bag charm. You could keep like a £1 coin in there, couldn't you, for the trolley? Or sweets. You could get I think you could get a couple of Lindors in that, couldn't you? Frere Rocher. So that's the haberdashery. Again, anything that you need to go with it, like you'll need the sliders and the zips, all of that's on the product description. Right, and then the final bag is the water lilies. So this is the Monet water lilies. So you've got the classic bridge. There's the front and the back. With that one, so this is a bit like what you'd find in one of those art gallery shops, National Trust shops, isn't it? But you think what it would cost you? It would be a lot more than £19.99. I love I'm just going to show you the lining, because the lining is like just the water lilies. So lovely, isn't it? And again, you can choose whether you go for the zip or whether you just do a magnetic fastener. And it's quite nice that it's got that nice shaped bottom. It means you get more in it, but it's not quite so boxy. Obviously, you get the pieces to make the bridge. The bridge? No, you don't get the pieces to make the bridge. What am I talking about? You get the pieces to make the zip pouch. I was just thinking, look, the bridge matches up. And you also get the pieces to make the little charm purse. So that's that one. I won't go through all the panels for those, but obviously each of them come with very, very full, comprehensive instructions. And there's the QR code that you can scan and the details about how to watch the full video tutorial. Oh, Kat's redressing Cinderella. She's got to work out how to get her arms in. Shall we do the duffel totes? We're getting there. So the duffel totes I designed for myself, for my sock knitting, actually. What I wanted to be able to do was put all of my yarn into one bag, but then keep the yarn in it and knit from it. And then I thought, actually, this is really good for sewing as well. Again, if I was going to list them, this is one of our easier makes. If you're a beginner or you haven't got much time, easy peasy this. I was going to put a round bottom in because I wanted it to be, it's called a duffel tote because a duffel bag normally has a round bottom. But I put a square bottom in this just because it's easier and it works just as well. So that's the duffel section. It's got a drawstring top. It's got tote bag handles. So that's why it's a duffel tote. And it sounded like duffel coats. It made me laugh. The only thing that you need to buy to go with this is a piece of cord, or you can use a length of ribbon or cotton tape. Then on the inside, it has, I'm going to turn it around so you can probably see better. So this is all the granny square crochet pattern on this. It's got pockets on the inside, and you can make the spacings in the pockets whatever you want. So if you want to put knitting needles in, or you want to put a book or something in, you can choose the spacings. So they get there in the inside. All the pieces are on the panel, and then this is the bit I like, is that if you turn it round so the pockets are at the top, fold the top over, you've then got it, and you can put your yarn in and work from it. Actually, you can see it probably from that better from the photo, can't you? So that's when you're taking the bag with you, you've got the handles, but when you're working from it, if you turn it over, the pockets are then at the top and you can work from it. So that's the duffel tote in the granny square crochet. Now this is the one that kept selling out. I love that. So it's lovely. There's only 6 of these left. It's lovely if you want to use it for your crochet, but the crochet granny square is so popular. How are you getting on, Kat? Redressing Cinderella. She's trying to get her arms in the sleeves, and there's aprons and everything. So that's the crochet version. Then obviously we needed to do it in other versions. So we then did the knitting. Shall I show you I'm just going to show you the panel just a minute. Because, again, I don't know how I got away with this. Look at the size of the panel. Because the bag is fully lined, it has handles, and the pockets are lined as well. So it's a really big panel. And you even get extra granny squares down the sides to use. It's massive, isn't it? I know, $19.99. Bargain. Right. Then there's the knitting one. So the knitting one, exactly the same, works exactly the same way. On this one, look, you've got like stitch markers that are jumpers. You've got knitting needles, you've got scissors, you've got a bit of knitting, you've got yarn, all little things. You've even got some socks. Little socks. Then on the inside, I'll turn it around because it's easier to see, isn't it? On the inside, you've got all the pockets. So you can see with this one, because this is for my knitting needles, I made the pocket spacing just 1 inch so I could get all of my needles in one side. And then on the other side, I left bigger ones so I could get balls of yarn. So I use one of these, well, the prototype I made for my sock knitting. I've got a big pocket on one section that I can put my knitting book in and my patterns, and then I've got a smaller sections that I can put all of my circular needles in. So it's absolutely brilliant. It just means that when you're working from a project, if you've got your current project in a bag, you can just pull up this. It's a nice gift for somebody as well. Take it away with you, but then you can roll the top over and use it to work from. The final one is the sewing one, because we couldn't do without a sewing one, could we? So again, you can use this. It's great for keeping your fabric stash in. On the outside, you can use it for your current project. You could just use it because it's a nice bag. You've got the sewing machines. And then you've got, look, all the buttons. The handle of this one is tape measure. There we go. And then there's the inside, just so you can see. Look, the pockets are all stranded cotton, and then you've got a smaller version of this with the casing at the top. But again, this is a very easy project to do. The tutorial takes you through. So if you are new to sewing, or you know someone who's new and said, oh, I'd like to learn, this is a really good way of teaching somebody or getting them to start sewing, because it is fairly simple. But it's something I designed for myself, and I use mine all the time. Right, that's the duffel totes. Yes, so should we just do the flower pots and then we'll finish off with the bags? Oh, okay. Right, we'll do the flower pots. I love these just because... Now, there's two versions. There's either blue china or terracotta. Right, we'll start with blue china. So, it's a doorstop or it's a table decoration. It's got soil on the top. It's got a lovely blue cracked china pot. It's even got a hole printed on the bottom to let out the water. You've got, yes, they are filled with gravel from our front pavement. You've got, there is nothing, they are super stuffed. There aren't any sticks or wooden things or anything. These stems are super stuffed. If you see, the reason they're so realistic is you've got an inner section of petals and an outer section. Then the leaves you can fold down, and then that gives them a little bit of shape. So, but we didn't, and I have mine actually sits right by my kitchen door, just makes me smile. But it's nice to put on the table as well. So there's the flower pot. But on the panel as well, you get the baby one, which is really useful for a table decoration. The flowers are slightly different. These are more tulips, I think. And again, you can fold over the leaves to give it a bit of detail. The pot matches, and it's got the hole. Let me just show you the panel. Again, this is massive. I'm going to show you it on the table, just so you can see how it works. So again, this one took ages to work out. In fact, I had to get Freddie, my son, to work out the maths of how this works, this shape, which is called I can't remember. Fulcrum something. No, it's not that. I'll think of it in a minute. But it's a special shape, so that means that it will join up. You've got, there's the bottoms. The soil is done with 4 pieces of soil fabric. So where'd you ever get soil fabric from? I said to Amy, I need soil fabric, and you join them all together and leave gaps, and that's where the stems go in the gaps between the soils. Then you've got all the flowers, all the petals, and then that's the top. So if you look at the tops of the flowers, these are the stems. So they've got that yellow bit on the end. So you've got the stems, and then you stuff those just really, really tight, and that makes them strong enough to stand up. You've even got a template to cut the soil into a circle. There's all the leaves. So it is massive with full instructions. So that's the blue china version. But we also did it in a terracotta version. So you've got a proper like terracotta pot with a hole. And on this one, the flowers are in blues and pinks and purples. And you can play with them and arrange them and make them how you like. They're a real talking point. When you have them in your house, everyone goes, where'd you get that from? That's amazing, because it's so cool, isn't it? And then you've got the smaller version, which again, you can use as a doorstop, or you can just put in the middle of your table. Quite nice to put in the centre of your table. Never die. Right, and then the final one, then we'll have done it. The final one is the frame tote. Which one did you say is the only one we've got? Is the rainbow sold out? Oh, okay. The charcoal tote. I thought the rainbow was on there. He's just going to double check that. So this was a bag that I made because I wanted to have a sewing quote on it. I wanted a nice deep bag. In fact, I used the bag that I made to test this all the time. It's made in the attic windows style, so that you've got the centre quote framed. It says, my soul is fed with needle and thread. You've got sewing machines down the side, and you've got safety pins on the gusset. And then the back of it, the other one is sold. Happiness is handmade. Then the handles are like tape measures. Ooh. That's a tag from Wrapped in Style. The inside is like a mustardy colour, and this has got on it all lots of quotes. A lady never discusses the size of her fabric stash. Give a quilter an inch and she'll think she's a ruler. Beautiful things come together one stitch at a time. So it's got all of those on. It has obviously a little pocket, which you can put a zip in if you want. And then it also comes with this little bag, because I thought that says so on and so forth. It's quite good for either putting your phone in or your sunglasses. And that comes with it with the little handles as well. Let me just show you the panel. So again, this is the great thing about these older kits, is for the size of the panel, I don't think I'm allowed to do this anymore. The panels are enormous. So look, this is the size of the panel, and they had to reprint them. I'm surprised they didn't say anything. There's the handles. because it's fully lined, you've got all the pieces there for the mini tote. There's a lot going on there, isn't there? So that is the charcoal version. We did have a rainbow version, but that's obviously sold on pre-order. Now, all of the other items, so things like interfacing, weighted filling, wool for Cinderella's hair, magnetic clasps, bonder web, all of the information is on the product descriptions for the kit. So if you've got one and you think, I want to buy it all now, I have put it all on there, even the soft toy filling, and Ben will run that through in the break. So sorry we've gone over a little bit, but don't worry, we will give that back to Catherine's in the next one so that she has that time as well. Thank you for joining me for this hour. I can't believe I've got through it all. I'll see you back here with Katharine in a few minutes' time.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hisford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Welcome back, Catherine. Thank you for waiting.
That's all right.
But don't worry, we will stick to our whole hour.
That's okay.
You're going to show us how to make the fab Helen Newton.
Yes.
You've made quite a few Helen Newton
I like
patterns.
Helen Newton fudges. They're
Why do
lovely
you
to
love
do.
Helen Newton's patterns then? This is the one we're doing today.
Well, they're really fun to do, actually. They're really lovely designs. And applique is nice, isn't it?
It is
It's nice.
nice.
And mindful, and then you can practice your free motion, and you've got a lovely thing.
Yeah, that's true. No, they are lovely to do. They are. And what I like about them is that they look like you're really clever artistically, but Helen's actually done that work.
Yes.
I don't mean you, I meant me, like you, plural, you, one. Rather than you look like clever.
Yes, it takes all the hard work out of it, and you've got a really...
Well,
in the
it
end.
gives that appearance of that sort of real freestyle-y thing, which I just cannot do. I can't draw. I'd like to think I could draw like that, but I just can't. And I think it's beautiful, and what a lovely thing. So it's a nice thing to do, and it's a nice thing to have.
Absolutely.
So what is fab about this kit, anyway, Catherine's going to show us in a moment, is that you haven't got to find all these bits of fabric, because the best thing about applique is it uses lots of little different colours, but if you want to replicate these and have all of those colours, we can do that for you. So there we go. Can you see it better on the overhead? There we go. So we've got a large wedding cake, we've got a gâteau, a couple of cupcakes, donut, very nice. Oh gosh, I would love a slice of cake now, wouldn't you? Oh, I would like a slice. Yeah, just a plain Victoria sandwich would do me. To be fair,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
doesn't need to be anything fancy.
No.
Actually, I might get one. Farm Shop Services do massive Victoria sandwiches, and you can buy a big slice in a.
So that's where you're stopping on your way home.
I think I will be. They do look lovely, don't they? Really, really nice. That's very posh. Anyway, so you've got all different cakes on there, but they do look, they're so realistic, they're making me want to have a piece of cake. Now, in the kit, you get the full instructions by Helen. So it's got all of how to do it, but it's got all the templates as well. Now, in a minute, Catherine's going to show us how you translate this and how it works. But all of the templates are on there, so you don't need to be able to draw cakes yourself, everything. So obviously, you can rearrange it. You could do it differently. You could use these patterns to make something bigger. You could use them to decorate items around the kitchen. It'd be lovely to put a couple of the cupcakes just on the corner of your oven gloves or your tea towel. But that's all on there. But what you also get in the price, which is amazing value, because there's 2 other items you're going to get. All of the pieces of fabric you need to recreate this design are on the panel. So, for example, where you've got the spotty cupcake cake, that's on there. And where you've got the flowers, you've got the pieces there. In fact, you've got a lot of fabric here. Loads. So, like the pink fabric, I'm looking now, that's used for the roulade and the strawberry and the jam. But you've got all of that. Did you have a lot left over, Catherine?
Little bits. I got, when I was doing it, I got slightly muddled. So not all of mine are exactly the same as hers, but it doesn't matter.
No, they
it
can be
doesn't
whatever you
matter.
want.
So mine had got jam in, but I don't think hers has jam in, for example.
Oh, I see.
You know.
Yeah, but then that doesn't.
But it doesn't matter.
But you can.
So my big gâteau's got a chocolate stripe, not a green stripe.
Oh, I see. Yes.
But it was only because I had a lot of pieces. And
But actually, you
her
can-
pattern is very, very organised. And I've approached the second one in a much more organised manner. But that one, I just kind of traced them all and then I muddled them up, you see.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, but you can make, they're your cakes. You can make them however you
Well,
want.
exactly. And I like that. You get that with all of Helen's patterns, that there's like, you can put your own little bit of creativity
Yeah,
in there.
yeah. No,
You
that's
don't
nice.
have to follow it to the letter.
Yes, that photograph is for just to give you as a guide.
Absolutely.
So you can make other cakes. So you've got the chocolate, you've got the jam, and I like the fact that you've got a bit of floral print and a bit of spot. So it really is. It's the sort of thing you would buy from a really high-end gift shop and cost you a fortune without the fun. And you also get 1/2 metre of cream. I think that's cream fabric. That's the background to the cushion. That will do the front and the back. But you also get on here, on the panel, the borders. So can you see on the cushion, you've got the top and the bottom borders and the side borders. That's all on the panel. So that's all you need. Bit of Bondaweb, you're ready to go. So you will need some Bondaweb to go with this as well, obviously if you're a pliqué. We've got a pack of Bondaweb here with this rather attractive rugby playing gentleman on. Who is that?
I think, doesn't John Scott call him Roger?
Roger! I just think it's funny that of all the things you have to... Actually, that's not Bondaweb, that's Stitch and Tear.
You've got a big roll on the end here.
Ah, why have we got Stitch and Tear?
Oh, she uses Stitch and Tear on
Oh,
the back.
does she?
Yeah, to stabilise it for your free
Right,
motion.
okay, so you will need Roger. I just think it's a funny way to advertise it with this with Roger. So, can we have the graphics, Ben? Yes, please. I want Roger back, please. And then I'll put Bondaweb in. So you need that for the back. We'll show you that in a moment. And then Bondaweb. Now, this is the best way to bake Bondaweb. Well, actually, the better way is the even bigger roll. This is the medium roll. But this means you'll be able to do loads of Bondaweb because you've got 5 metres here. Clearly, you don't need 5 metres to make this cushion. This is $23.99. But... you will have loads left over. If you've never done a pliqué using Bondaweb before, you are going to love it, and then you'll be glad you've got the whole roll. There we go. Right. Oh, you can also get the instructions on their own, so I'll just do those. So if you want to use your own fabrics, but you just want the instructions with all the templates, there they are on their own, $9.99. Right. We have got more Helen Newton instructions, but we'll go through those in a bit. So if you want to see what the other ones are that we've got, have a look on the website, sewingstreet.com, watch live. But in the meantime, we're going to go for a demonstration with Katharine, and we'll go through those later. Cool. So how do we approach this in an organised fashion then, Katharine? Where do you start?
Where do you start? Well, you're going to cut yourself a nice cream square out.
Okay.
And then you can attach your borders on.
Oh, so you do that
Prep
first?
that bit first. Yeah, because some of your little designs are going to creep into the border.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Now, when you come to look at your templates, Helen has very kindly put together the right bits next to each other.
Oh,
and they've got
of
a little
course.
symbol on.
Oh,
so, like,
yeah.
everything for the cupcake has got the same symbol and is next to each other.
That is very handy.
So it's very handy. So this time, when I was being organised...
I like the fact you went freestyle because I wouldn't have noticed. I think it's lovely.
So, like, I've copied that one all on the thing, and I've actually put which one it is, cupcake, next to it, so I don't muddle it up. But I'm going to start as if you were doing it from scratch, just to remind everyone how to do a pliqué.
Okay, yeah, no, could you?
Or if you've not done it before.
You might be brand new to this and thought, I'd love to do this. How do I do it? So we'll start from scratch.
Absolutely. So this is your Bondaweb paper. It is smooth on one side, it's rough on the other. The rough side is the sticky bit. So on the smooth side, you are going to trace over your pieces. And I'm going to trace off, the one thing I haven't traced off is the big wedding cake. And again, it's got its little symbol, so you know which bit it is. Now, use a pencil or a pen. Don't use your friction pen because you'll line it off.
Yeah, good point. Do not use a friction pen.
One of the good things about Helen's patterns is she reverses all the images. So they flip round the right way when you attach them onto your backing. So that's that icing.
Because you're tracing it on the wrong side, that's why they'll need to flip over.
That's right. So you haven't got to think, oh, I've got to do it backwards or do it on the wrong side or anything like that. You can just trace it off. So they're the little pieces of ribbon. And there's a little flower. So make sure you do all of the bits that are going to be on a separate fabric separately onto your bonder web. And then we just need that little piece of icing and the cake stand. Okay. And what's great is you've got these, you know, once you've bought the pattern, that's it. You've got these templates forever. You can use all your scraps up. It's like, how nice would it look in your Liberty scrap?
Oh, it would, wouldn't it? See, this is what I think is lovely, is get the kit so you can have a go at it. But then I'm looking at that because you only need tiny pieces. And I think like the cake stand in Liberty would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Really would.
And I would do, like those cupcake cases, they could be the poshest cupcake cases.
Oh, they really could, couldn't they? Okay. So when you've traced them all off, then you're going to roughly chop round them. So you don't at this stage need to cut them out really neatly, because you're going to cut them out neatly once they're on the fabric, and life's too short to do it twice, isn't it?
Yes. I think it's neat. So Ben just said, like marriage. Like, where did that come from? You said life's too short to do it twice, and Ben just went, like marriage.
Okay.
He has been divorced.
Oh, okay.
Right. That wasn't just a...
He was speaking from experience.
Yes, and it was her fault. It was her fault, obviously. I love that. Life's too short to do it twice, like marriage. It's very odd. I have these two conversations. Yeah. And you know how you just
That threw you, that one, didn't it?
Yeah, but you don't realise. You forget that the other person cannot hear the other.
No, I can't hear
the like marriage bit. I think as well, before I was rudely interrupted, it's easier to cut the outline through the fabric at the same time as well.
It is, yes. Right, so then roughly chopped around them, and I can choose the right little pieces now to iron on. So we're doing the rough side of the bonder web onto the wrong side of the fabric. That's very important, so you don't mess up your iron.
Which I have done.
Oh, many a time.
I was saying yesterday how well I know how I know that it's easy to clean the base of an Aliso iron. I have done that.
Yes, so you just need to hold your iron down for a few seconds, and you can see that that is stuck on nicely. So that's the big cake bit. And then we've got some icing.
It's quite nice. You could use these patterns for things as well, couldn't you? For other things.
Just on little bit. Yeah, you don't have to do the whole picture, do you? You could just decorate.
I love the
bits
cake.
And bobs.
But you see, you know, if you had someone getting married, you could do the cake, couldn't you, on something?
Which would be so nice.
To match their cake.
Where's my cake stand bit? That bit's the cake stand. So it's all on this panel. Been beautifully done for you. Bit of the backing's come away there.
And then this is my favourite bit, is the pressing it all onto the different fabrics.
This is why you've got to be a little bit organised, just because there's a lot of little pieces. There's the ribbon. And then we've got our nice little flowers to do as well. But on the panel, it's all really helpfully labelled for you. So yes, you can change your mind, but if you don't want to...
Yes. So when you get your panel, it says things like cupcake cases, 3 and floor, small cake stand, donut. Donut, it's got the American spelling. Oh dear. Disappointing.
Okay, so that's all my wedding cake bits all ironed on there. And then we can start to cut them out neatly now. If they do cut out better, it's much easier than trying to cut the bonder web by itself.
I really like doing applique with beginners and with children.
Right.
Because you don't need to use any pins and you get really good results.
Okay.
Because it's all ironed on. So when they come to sew it, it always works.
Is it really
well.
popular as a class?
Yeah, it is quite popular.
Because of the beginner thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if it, I mean, I don't necessarily always do things with free motion, but even if you're doing ordinary stitching and it's a bit wobbly, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it just looks really good, doesn't it?
I think it makes it easier. And I think as well with this, you don't have to do free motion. You can just, I mean, you have to keep pivoting your needle.
Absolutely.
If you really, really don't want to do that, you don't have to.
No.
Yeah, I hadn't realised this is all labelled. Cake slices and cherry cake icing. Donut centre, chocolate cake and choc swirls.
Yes, so it's...
If you want to copy it exactly,
yes,
you can.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, on my sample there, I did all free motion except for the 3 green shelves because actually I find doing straight lines with free motion really, really difficult.
Yes, no, I'm with you, yes. It is
So
difficult.
I did them just normally because I felt they needed to be fairly straight.
Right, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. No, it is hard, isn't it? I always hold my breath when I do free motion.
I do as well, yes. Everybody does,
Do
I
they?
think.
It's not just me. I sort of get to the end and go,
because when I teach it, it's always like, everybody's like this. Hold the breath and the shoulders come up. It's like, remember to breathe. And remember that you can stop.
But it doesn't feel like that.
It doesn't feel like you can stop.
It feels like you've just gone the M5.
And you can't stop. Yeah, it feels
you can't
like
stop till farm shop services.
But you can stop.
But it is like sort of...
Now, nice little cake stand there. Right, so when you you can start building it up now.
Okay, so do you cut out everything first?
Well, I've done this bit at a time just so that I didn't get too muddled.
Okay. Otherwise you'd have loads of pieces.
Yeah, and yes. And so I've sort of done it a cake at a time.
Okay.
And I did actually on the sample, but I started with the wedding cake on that one. So your cake stand's going at the bottom like this. So what I just did then was you peel off this papery bit. Now I always give it a little tear on the edge to get my fingernail under. You can use a pin, can't you? Some people use a pin.
Yeah, I have done that.
I always just give it a little tear. And then you can see that this just peels off and it leaves a rubbery backing. So you can tell if your Bondaweb's stuck all right because you can feel it's a little bit rubbery. And our little cake's going
There's your
to sit
beautifully iced cake.
on there. So you want to do this on your ironing board. So it's all in place. Don't sit and do it at the table and then think, oh my lordy, how am I going to get it
No,
on
I'm
the
going to
ironing board?
carry that, yeah.
So there we go. So we've got our icing on, and then we're going to just iron it to hold it in place. Nice and carefully, so it doesn't move.
That's very posh icing. Is that icing, or is that like a ribbon around the cake?
It's icing. I've got a ribbon as well. We've got we've got a green ribbon. So, well, it is a wedding cake. If it is a wedding cake.
Oh yes,
very
true.
posh, isn't it? Although I don't know about you, Rebecca. Don't you make one of these every Sunday?
No. I like making cake, to be honest, but no.
No, me neither.
I do like making cake. I'm trying to think when I last made one.
I don't really do baking.
I used to do a lot more, actually, loads and loads, when the kids were younger. But then usually someone else does it. Although my youngest
my
who is a
children like
cake
baking.
maker,
They do quite a bit.
He's not around at the moment, so it's very disappointing.
Where's my picture? There we go. So
I do like baking, though.
it's quite relaxing, isn't
Yes,
it? And
it is.
and mindful.
I do like it.
So I'll put the little ribbon on. See, Sunday afternoon it's sort of that time when you can kind of do that nice relaxing thing. I usually do sewing.
Yeah, do you know, I think the problem is, I think I've just done too much cooking. I think I've OD'd
In
on
your
it.
life?
In my life.
Yeah.
I've done too much cooking and washing up.
Yeah.
That now it's sort of lost the joy
Yeah.
of...
Well, it's
If
that...
I've got plenty of time, and I
That's
love making a
different.
cake, but if I had that plenty of time, I'd rather sew.
Yes, it's that relentless having to produce meals for a family
Yeah, I
the
think
whole
that's
time.
what it is. Whereas
Yeah.
sort of, you know, the people like my husband goes, oh, I don't mind, I'll cook this week. And I thought, well, you don't have the relentless boredom of A, what should I cook? B, doing it, washing it up. And it's just, I think I've just done,
Yeah.
I think I've just done too much of it.
Take a break then.
Yeah.
Have a year off.
I don't know, I wonder whether you get to a point in life where you just think, actually, I've just done too much cooking, so I'm done with it. Charlie goes, you know what, do you have to wash up? Well, the thing is quite often as I cook, and then I like eating early, he doesn't like eating early, and then I've normally eaten and washed up before he's even got back from work.
We eat early because the children are so hungry when they come in from school.
Yeah.
They're always starving. So, yeah, we eat early.
So I think, so if I am going to cook, then cake, yes.
So we've got a lovely, like, sunflower on top of this.
I know, that's lovely, isn't it? But yes, I think I'm with you. I think I'd rather sew than cook now.
And you could make extra flowers if you wanted to, couldn't you, you say? You could do extra bits.
Yeah, well, that's what I like about it, that once you've got the pattern, you've got everything there, haven't you? Then all you've got to do is be creative if you want to be, or copy the photo if you don't. So how do you decide where you're going to place everything then?
She does give you some measurements about where to place your shelves.
Ah, okay.
Give you a guideline.
Right. Let me see. Oh, yes. So you put the shelves on, and then you can...
Yes.
Then you can decide
And
where...
you can also do it with your sort of placement. So if you put your bottom ones on, then you can see your shelf's got to go just above.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Mm-hmm. But it's such a nice, pleasurable thing to do.
It is lovely, isn't it? It is really nice. It's relaxing. We should all just do it together. Get your scissors out and we'll all do some applique together.
You want a nice, sharp pair of scissors. I like my little snippy embroidery scissors. And when you're cutting it, so like little fiddly things like this, I'm like turning the thing. My scissors always stay kind of straight away from me.
Right. Turn the
thing
fabric,
that you
not
cut.
the scissors.
Yeah. If your arm starts doing this, it gets tricky.
Oh, okay. So turn the fabric, not the scissors.
Yeah. And then it's not so tricky.
You've got some nice little sharp scissors there.
These are really good ones, yes.
Have we got any of those, Ben? They're my favourite scissors. Yeah, the Fisker's little orange ones, my favourite.
These are my ones. I left my sewing basket here for a month and didn't didn't have my scissors and couldn't get over to pick it up. And it was horrendous
That
to
is
have my
awful.
scissors from.
That is awful. I've got 3 pairs of those scissors. Quiz question, okay. Fiskars, what did they used to be called? Haven't they always been called Fiskars?
Oh, I'd like a quiz question. I don't know the answer.
They used to be called Wilkinson Sword? No.
No, I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. Can you prove that? Because then
They've been around for
Finnish.
ages.
They're Finnish, aren't they? And Wilkinson Sword still exists, doesn't it?
Yes. So, do we believe that? I don't think so.
He's gonna check that because
know.
I think Wilkinson Sword sounds like English, and Fiskars is definitely a village in Finland. That's why it's called Fiskars.
Yes. I'm going to just quickly put together the last 2 cakes that I hadn't done.
Maybe Fiskars
then we'll
bought
do a little bit of
Wilkinson
sewing.
Sword. Oh, well, Fiskars bought Wilkinson Sword.
Oh, okay.
Well, that makes more sense.
Yes, we'll accept that.
Yeah, we'll have that as an excellent, interesting fact.
We have a fun fact of the day
Yeah,
in
did
our
you know
house.
there were penguins in Africa? I discovered that in the last one.
They're not just on the film Madagascar.
No, I had an Orifil thread called African Penguin. I went,
Oh,
that's
okay.
ridiculous. That's like Antarctic giraffes, isn't it? And I thought they'd made it up until Ben showed me a picture. And there are actually penguins in Africa called the African penguin.
Wow, I did not know that. That is a good fact.
Oh, right. While you cut those out,
Yeah.
I'm going to go through the other patterns.
Super.
So if you love Helen Newton, and why wouldn't you? We've got loads of our other patterns. So we've just got the patterns. We haven't done them as kits, but they're exactly the same as the other pattern in that they've got all the applique pieces and all the measurements and everything. I'm going to start with, should we do this on the overhead because you can see them better? Enjoy the Ride tote bag. So it's a beautiful design. It's a bicycle with a basket filled with flowers. So there's the design. And there's all the templates to do the whole thing with instructions. Even it shows you in the instructions how to make the bag. Just £9.99. That is, if you've got a bike, you need that bag. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And again, this is Scrap Buster. Get yourself a piece of plain calico for the background. Scrap Buster. That's Enjoy the Ride. Right, we've also got Enjoy the Ride as a cushion cover. So you've got the bicycle with the handles and the basket filled with tulips and flowers and leaves and everything. That's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. This kind of style of this free motion applique is very in at the moment. Let's go with Mr. Gnome Doorstop. So not machine applique, but it's just a gnome. Did you?
I have made that one. It's, yeah, lovely. It's really cute.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? Is he, how big is he then, Mr. Gnome?
Oh, he's probably about this big.
Okay.
What's that? Maybe about...
I'm just wondering whether it's got the size. No. So he's about that big.
About yay big.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's sort of 10, 12 inches
Okay.
tall, perhaps.
So there's Mr. Gnome, Doorstop.
He's a nice size. He's not fiddly.
Okay. Then we've got, I don't know, I just did these in the order they were. We're on Christmas now. Let's do Mr. Gnome, a festive cushion cover. I love that because he's got a pom-pom on the top. Then we'll do, I'm going to try to do these in some kind of order now. Right, I'm going to do all the applique designs. Spring Gnomes cushion cover. Look at those little gnomes.
I've made that one.
Was that nice?
Yeah, dead cute. Because you can put the gnomes all in different positions.
I like the fact they're striped because they look like bees. Little bees. Oh, so yes, you can have them just running around the garden.
Yes, yeah.
So that's the Spring Gnomes cushion cover. Right, I've got these in some vague order now. Let's do the next one. Messing About on the River.
Is that the ducks?
Ducks.
Yeah, I've done that one. That's a lovely one.
That's lovely. I like
fun.
this one because that really showcases your lovely fabric, doesn't it?
It does.
They would look lovely in a nice, well, in the floral they've got there. So that's Messing About on the River. These are all £9.99. Again, with all of them. You've got all the words, and then you've got all of the diagrams. And she does explain in them the things like how to make the cushion, or if it's a bag, how to make the bag.
Oh, they're absolutely complete instructions.
Right, complete, so you don't, no assumed knowledge.
No.
Right, next one, Mr. Badger. Oh,
I've made him.
Very posh. Now, I would want him in tweed.
He's rather lovely, yeah.
He is lovely, isn't he? I'd want him in sort of tweed. Oh, he's like in a William Morris, isn't he? But he would look lovely in tweeds and cords.
Yes, he would, yeah.
See, now, the thing is as well with these, because you've got all the templates, if you wanted to make him bigger or smaller, then you can just photocopy them but scan them and print them out at a different size. So you could make a really big one, like a big Mr. Badger wall hanging. But he would look lovely in stripes of tweeds and cords and velvets. Something for the summer. Beach huts. Beach huts. That's a cushion cover and a wall hanging, or a wall hanging. That's lovely, isn't it? I love the stripes. It's really cute. I like that one. It's got a little fish. There we go. The fish windsock. It's got everything on there, all the bits and pieces you need. So that's the beach hut. Next we've got, for the spring sheep quilt. So again, it's a plique, but it's making a whole quilt. The spring sheep quilt, isn't that lovely? So you cut out all the squares of fabrics. It's very simple. Then you applique the sheep on, and then you make it into the quilt. That's nice. If you've got a little one on the way, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
It would.
A new baby quilt. Or you could have it as a wall hanging. And the thing is with this, you can make it any size. And it doesn't have to be pastel baby. You could make this as a wall hanging for your knitting corner, sewing room, for lying on under the sofa.
That would be a fun one.
Couldn't you? You could use fleece for the sheep. Right, pleats and patches cushion cover set. This is lovely. This is a really lovely way to showcase your favourite fabrics, because you've got one cushion cover that's all pleats, and then you've got one that's all patched fabric. All the instructions are in there, exactly how to make them. There's a better picture. So they're only using little pieces of fabric, so it's quite a nice way for you to be able to show them. £9.99. Then I've got 2 applique cushion covers. We've got Olivia.
I've made that one.
Have you? It's a very classic one, isn't it?
It is, very symmetrical. Yes.
It's beautiful, that one. Again, nice, you know, it depends on what fabric you mean. Obviously, this one, they've done beautiful blues, but you could use any shade for that. It's very Jacobean crewel embroidery design, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's Olivia. Then there's Isabel. They actually go together really nicely. So there's Isabel. But if you wanted to have a pair, aren't they lovely? And as with all of them, you've got all of the applique designs for you to trace. That's Isabel. Then finally, I've got 2 embroidery designs. I've got the Happy Birthday hoop. Isn't that lovely? These balloons are sticking out above it. So what a nice gift for somebody. And you see, if you, rather than a card, then you can give that to somebody for their birthday. They'll keep it forever then, won't they? But you don't have to write happy birthday on there. You can put anything on there. It's a nice little picture. And then finally, fix your ponytail. I presume that's the saying. Fix your ponytail and try again. What does that mean? Like pick yourself up and dust yourself off?
Yes.
So this shows you how to do the embroidery where you create the hair and then turn it into a ponytail. That's lovely, isn't it? Oh, it's even got, look, the writing on there so you can trace around it. Fix your ponytail and try again. That's lovely. I like that. Anyway, those are all the patterns. So that was good timing. Have you
Perfect timing.
Have you finished sticking?
So everything's stuck on. Ready?
Yep, lovely.
So when you've done that, you go away, you have a nice little bit of tea, cup of tea, massive bit of cake, while you steel yourself ready for your
Ready to hold your breath.
But you could, like you say, you don't have to do Freemation. You could hand stitch it as well if you wanted to.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
No, there's all sorts you could do with it. However, if you want to have a go at Freemation.
Right. So what do we need to do? If I haven't done it before, what do we need to do?
So you need a nice embroidery, not embroidery, quilting or Freemation foot on your machine.
Right.
And you need to drop your feed dogs.
So you do need a special foot then?
You do.
But does it work without a special foot?
Well, you can technically do it, but you shouldn't really, because it's not very safe.
Oh, right.
Because you could go through your finger really easily.
Okay, so you do need a special foot.
Yeah, ideally, yes.
Right.
You need your foot, but a lot of machines come with
Well,
these
they
feet,
do,
or
but
they're fairly inexpensive, aren't they?
Sometimes they're called other things.
Yeah, so they can be, Freemation, quilting. These ones with the springy bit.
The one with the springy
There's one with the springy
Oh, okay.
bit.
So if you've got a
what you're
foot
looking
with
for.
a springy bit, something like that, right?
That will work great. And then your feed dogs. So your feed dogs are those little zigzaggy bits that feed your fabric through normally, but you drop them down. So on this machine, there's a little switch on the side. Sometimes they're at the back. If you've got an older style machine, you may not be able to drop them down, but you might have a darning plate, and you can put the darning plate on and then do it.
Right.
So it's just
read your
something,
manual.
yeah, to stop those feed dogs from feeding it through, because the idea is you can move your fabric in any direction. So you're drawing with your sewing machine. It's very freeing, isn't it?
Once you start breathing. Yes, no, it is actually.
Once you breathe, yes.
Because once you've had a go and you know what you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend doing it standing up. I'd sit down and be nice and comfortable.
Yeah.
And, have a practice. Absolutely. If you've not done it before, have a practice, because it doesn't feel like normal sewing. And if you're someone who's absolutely used to sewing in beautiful straight lines and your fantastic at your straight patchwork and top stitching, then it will feel really odd and really different. And if you're going to have a practice, I'd recommend putting a bit of wadding underneath, just to give it a bit of a sandwich.
Okay.
Or like your stitch and tear. So Helen always recommends stitch and tear for her applique project.
Right. So what does
Which does work really well. I'd never used it till I'd done her projects, and they're great. This little bit, I was testing it out the back there just to make sure the machine was set up right, and it goes on the back and it just kind of stabilises it all. And then when you're done, you see, you can pull it off like this.
You see, when because I went on a course to learn it with the fab Poppy Trefry, and we always mounted everything in a hoop to pull it taut.
Yes.
So that it didn't go into the machine, and also using much thicker, not like canvas, but thicker than that.
Like a calico.
Yeah,
really.
just to do it, because if you don't have it thick enough or taut enough, it sort of gets pulled up. But I guess the stitch and tear covers all of that.
It
doesn't
does,
it?
and I mean, I have to say, I don't particularly like using a hoop.
Well, I don't.
I
don't, 'cause
feel I
it marks
can't.
it.
Well, yes, and you haven't got quite as much free rein.
No, I'm the same.
And I like to kind of feel what I'm doing. I like to get my hands in there. So I have to say, I never use a hoop.
Yeah, no, I don't like using one. I tend to put something behind, but I think I've not done it with a stitch and tear. I think that's a really good idea.
It is good.
I've put maybe another piece of fabric round,
Yes.
and I don't like the hoop.
No.
Not really.
I mean, I would say people, when I teach it, I always say to people, try both, see what you like. Because some people like the security of holding on to the edge of the hoop. It's personal
But
preference.
stitch and tear solves that problem if your fabric isn't thick enough. Because the problem if it's not thick enough, it all starts bouncing and jumping, doesn't it?
It does, yes. But this just,
And it is, I mean, well, you get a picture of Roger to start with. But it
well,
is
you do. It's hard to say what it feels like. It feels like stitch and tear. But
paper.
It's
ish.
Paper-ish, thicker than interfacing, but not as stiff. It's got a flexibility to it, but it gives it enough stability that your free motion will work.
And then do you tear it away afterwards?
And you tear it away afterwards.
Because they do, obviously, with this one, because it's used for a logo. But.
Yes. So, decide where you're going to start. You can, if you want to, with your friction pens, draw on to help you. That's a good idea if you're feeling a bit like, oh, I don't know where I'm going. But
is this iron on this stitch and tear?
No.
Oh, you just...
No.
You just put
place
it behind?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And go for it.
So you don't have
I do anyway.
Right, yeah, but you don't have to attach it. You just put it on. Okay.
Okay. So shall we start? We'll start with this flower over here. So you can see I've put my presser foot down, but I can still move it. It's not going to grip it at all.
Magic. And what colour thread do you use?
I've got a dark grey on here. I feel like you want something that's going to show up.
Okay.
Because it's like your sketchy pencil outline.
Yes, yes, that's what you mean.
Yes. Of course, if you're feeling nervous, make it match.
But you will have had a little practice first. Okay, yes. Now we can see this really clearly now.
Right, so I'm going to just round in a circle for the centre of my flower. Then we're going to go out to our petals. Are you holding your breath for me, Rebecca?
Yeah, I am actually, yeah.
Now, I'm not going too fast, just so I can control it a little bit, because I do find it quite hard doing it standing up.
Yes, I think I struggle standing up, actually. See, when I went on my course with the embroidery hoop and everything, Poppy took all the feet off completely, had nothing. But then she did it all on old Singer machines that had been electrified.
Right.
But no foot at all, just the shaft.
Yes, which you can do. I just feel that
my machine doesn't like that.
If
though.
your finger got a bit close.
But I think it works with some machines, and that's why you have to try it. But with my machine, if I do that, it doesn't like it. It starts jumping and skipping. It needs a foot.
Yes, I think they mostly do. So there. Can you see?
That's fab.
Helen always says to go round twice. I tend to kind of decide as I'm going along.
Well, it's yours.
If I've gone really wobbly, I definitely go across it twice because then it looks like I meant it. Okay, so we'll do a bit more.
Yeah, well, that's a design thing, isn't it? You don't have to go around it twice just because it needs it to. That's entirely up to you.
So I will do a bigger bit so you can see that it's moving. It's going to
It does look really good because you haven't drawn that on. You've just sewn it.
No, I've just done it
looks so
freehand.
natural.
So, but if you're worried about that, draw it on with your friction pen first, so you've got something to follow. So we're going to go sideways along the ribbon. So I actually think it's much harder to go straight.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But you see, your natural instinct is to want to stop and turn. And we'll go up and do around the edge of the icing. So the real key to it is to be you've got to move it smoothly. If you're jerky, you'll get big long stitches, you'll get lots of little tiny ones. You've got to really move it smoothly along so that it's even. And I think that is the key to successful free motion, really.
Slow movement.
Yeah, you don't have to whiz it. This is a really nice machine to do it on, actually, because you can go relatively slowly and it still keeps a nice even stitch length.
Yeah, and I guess also, I mean, that's the point of this is like sketchy, is if you go over the lines, it doesn't matter. Somebody's messaged and say, what stitch length are you using?
It has gone down to 0 because when I dropped the feed dogs, that's what it set itself to.
Yeah, it's a really
kind of
weird thing. You don't set the
automatically on
stitch
this.
length, which is odd.
You want to see what your machine does.
Right.
Because your machine, quite often, I mean, they'll say in these things, don't adjust your stitch length. So on the machines I have in my craft centre, it says just keep it as the normal default. When I dropped the feed dogs on this, that's what it set it to. It kind of set itself up for free motion for you.
The thing is, the way it works is the faster you go, this is really odd, the longer the stitch is. Well, the faster you move the fabric.
So if I moved it really fast, jerkily, you get a big long stitch.
Stitches.
Yeah.
And if you go slowly, or if you move the fabric slowly,
or if you don't move it enough, you'll get really tiny ones, it'll get stuck. This is why it's got to be nice and smooth.
It doesn't really have a stitch length as such.
No.
But then some machines, if they're not thinking about it, then do you need to stitch? I don't know.
Well, my one's in the craft centre, I can leave it on its normal default and it will be fine. It comes down to operator usage.
Okay. So what I would say is if you're not sure, if your machine doesn't have like a free motion, well, it's not even a setting because you just drop the free dog. Start on 0, then go to 1. You know, you might have to play with yours a bit. But with mine, I don't set a stitch length. It just sort of, I think you just keep it to whatever it normally stitches at.
Yeah, it used to be, I know on older machines, I made my stitch length very, very small.
Okay.
But somehow on my newer machines, I don't need to. So you kind of need to kind of check what your machine will do, I think. You know, they're all slightly different, aren't they?
Yeah, and I know it's I guess, the practice. I think the problem with free motion is people say, well, you practice, try this, try that. So it can feel a bit daunting, like you can't do it unless you've practiced loads and tried all these different things. But that's only to give you confidence rather than it being a difficult thing
and just to get used to that sort of feeling. Well, I'm quite pleased with my little cake there. That's not bad. I'll need to do that top bit there.
That's lovely. That's a very, very posh wedding cake.
Starting to come together, isn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, we'll go on to a little cupcake and do some of the lines on the cupcake.
Yeah, show us how to sort of, if you want to add detail, that'd be quite nice. Because I think the key to this is the machine embroidery, isn't it?
Yes, it brings it to life, doesn't it? So I didn't do it on the sample actually, but on hers, I think I just didn't realise or I forgot. She's done little lines down her cupcake face, so we'll have a go with that. So we'll go around the edge first and then we'll start to do the... But again, you can draw it on you first if you want to.
So when you go down, you don't stop.
No, I'm sort of coming back up. You can, but I'm going to go around this one twice just to show you the effect. And
it is a lovely thing that once you've worked out that you can do it and decide, yes, I can do this, you don't need to be, fantastic to be able to do it. You just need to take the plunge. It is a lovely thing to do because then you can do writing, all sorts.
see it better as well with 2 lines.
Yes. Oh, that looks brilliant. It kind of gives it relief, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you just add in that detail. We do some nice little swirls on our icing here. Swirls and like spirals are just really nice to do with Freemotion.
Yes.
If someone just gives me a blank piece of material to Freemotion, I always just make spirals.
But it's the same, if you're doing free motion quilting, it's the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you can free motion quilt, you can free motion embroider. It's just wadding.
Yes.
And I think it took me a while to work that little one out.
Yes.
I thought they were different things.
I've never really free motioned a whole quilt.
No, neither have I.
Well, I always start massively over ambitious.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to do this. And then I do a little bit and I think, oh no, there's no way I can do the whole thing.
I've never done. I have done a cushion, but never a whole quilt. But it is the same theory, isn't it?
It's exactly
and I guess
the same.
With a quilt, you could draw the lines on because the advantage of doing free motion quilting is you haven't got to turn, you haven't got to keep turning the fabric all the time. As in, when you go down one line, you have to turn it round the other way and then come back, and then it all gets caught under the machine. Although you're moving the fabric, what I mean is you don't have to turn it in opposite directions. So that means it gives you more space to be able to create your free motion, which you could draw on. I've never done a whole quilt though. It is quite nice though, isn't it? It's a bit difficult to do less is more.
Yes, you can do as little as you like, can't you?
And I think you have to accept the fact it's supposed to look a bit messy.
It is.
That's the point.
It is. It's supposed to look sketchy. So if it is wobbly and it doesn't, totally follow, it's not the end of the world. Don't think, oh, I've got to sit and unpick all that. So look, I've done my little swirls on the top there. Can you see?
Yeah.
See, I've gone a bit wobbly there, but I don't think it matters.
No,
it just looked like the jam squidged.
Yeah, but that's the look of it, isn't it?
Yes.
It's lovely. Right, should we just go through the kit one more time? So in the kit, you get the full instructions. There we go. Full instructions where you get the picture that you can follow, or if you want to, you've got the full instructions, you've got all the applique templates, you get this fab fabric panel. This is only £19.99. You've got all of the little bits, so you've got cake cases, you've got the borders, you've got jam, you've got chocolate cake, all sorts. Then you get 1/2 metre of cream fabric. So all you'll need on top of that is some bonder web, you've got fix and tear as well if you want. All of the patterns that we've had are also on there. Do you want me to go through those again, Ben? Right, so they're all on the website. So go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then you can get all of the different patterns if you want them. Thank you so much, Catherine, today. We've learnt loads.
Lovely, hasn't it?
I know. Haven't we learnt all about wooden
Do you
things?
want me to show you just how you tear this off at the back?
Oh, yeah, go on then.
Yes. So when you've done it all, then you're just going to tear it away like that. And you get these little bits in the middle, you can get sort of some tweezers on,
so
get
you
your little
remove it
scissors in,
completely?
and you can, and then it's not going to feel stiff.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, so
but that is
comes
a
off ever so
genius.
easily.
I need to get some because I hate the hoop method because it leaves marks and I have to keep moving it.
You'll get on much better with it.
I like that. That's brilliant. When are you going to be back with us?
Sometime in February.
sometime in
I can't remember exactly. I think it's about the 2nd.
Oh, okay.
or something.
Early
I don't-
Feb then.
Yeah, not sure.
Oh, fab. Oh, well, have a lovely journey home, and thank you for today. It's
do.
been brilliant. Thank you for joining us for this hour. So I'll be back within a few minutes' time. We are going to be talking about sewing machines. Now, don't forget, just to warn you, we have got money off my favourite sewing machine. Well, I've got lots of favourite sewing machines. This is my favourite sewing machine that I would recommend to people who are trying to upgrade, want a good machine without spending a whole load of money. But we've got £100 off it. £100 off. We are limited in stock. There are only so many sewing machines we have. I'm going to be showing you after the break how to use it, why you need it, how fab it is, and also some other sewing machine accessories. So I'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, this is all about the machine. I've got some other items as well, but I wanted to talk to you about the Elna 578 because I love this machine. I did quite a bit of research. I mean, luckily on Sewing Street here, I get to play and fiddle with all the machines, which is fab. And obviously, different budgets, different machines, different uses. It depends what you need. The machine that I have at home, the 720 Pro, you know, higher end machine, not the highest end machine, but I use mine every single day and I use lots of different things. So different machines for different things. But one of my friends recently wanted to buy a new machine. Well, her husband wanted to buy a new machine actually. So I looked into all of them, and this is the one that I would recommend. This is when I told him to buy and he agreed. Which was handy, wasn't it? Because now I know how to use it properly. Only because it's a basic machine. It's not your high-end machine. It doesn't come at a high-end price, but it's really, really good build quality. I wouldn't recommend to anybody to buy a really, really cheap machine, inexpensive machine, only because of the motor and the quality. And I guess maybe I'm biased. Once you learn to sew, once you sew a lot, then you keep sewing, don't you? Oh, is this on split pay? On 5-way split pay? Didn't realise that. That's on split pay. But remember, we're reducing this price. Can we just reduce the price? And then I'll tell you why I love this machine. So we're going to reduce the price for a start, £549. So that's £100 off. And I'm not sure why, but we've got it on 5-way split pay. So, just before I go into all the details, the way that works, if you haven't used split pay before, is it's interest-free. Interest-free. You pay £109.80 today. We Elna actually, send you the machine straight away. And when I ordered my machine, it took 2 days. Can't guarantee it'll take yours 2 days, but it's very quick. And most of our viewers say the same thing. It comes via them. £109.80, you get your machine straight away, you can start paying with it and then playing with it, and then over the next 5 months, so after that 4 more instalments, then you've paid for your machine. It comes with a 2-year warranty, which is really, really worth it. Do keep your machine box and the polystyrene, because should you need to send it back, they will arrange for free to have it picked up, but you need your box and your polystyrene. Top tip. Anyway, so we'll go back to why I bought the machine, why I like the machine. It's an even more affordable price. So I'm saying that I feel that once you've learned to sew, or you are a sewer, it becomes a bit of a thing that you want to be doing more often. The more you use a machine, the more powerful, the more reliable you need the motor to be. It's all about the motor, really. If it's a good motor, it's going to last longer. Now, there is a step up from a basic machine where you have to set all the tension, and I think that's one thing that puts people off, because they go, oh, I've got to set the tension, it's all going wrong. My first machines always had to do that, never quite getting it right, and you always think it's going wrong because you haven't got it right. If you can afford to take the jump to a computerised sewing machine, which is what this is, then I would highly recommend it. And as far as a good, strong, reliable motor goes, and a computerised sewing machine, this is my recommendation. The 5 series of Elna machines, which we do all of them, we start at the 550, we do all of them. This is the top end of it. And the reason I'd recommend just going that a little bit more, although to be honest, with the offer today, you're not having to pay anymore, it's got a thread cutter. Now, for me, a thread cutter is an absolute bonus. I think, well, you save thread and you save time. There's the thread cutter. There it is. See that little pair of scissors? Easy to see as well. You save thread and you save time, but I also feel it makes your sewing more accurate because you stop in exactly the right place. You take the fabric out from under your machine and then you can start again, and it's cut it, and you don't have all of these tails of thread all over the place. That's why I'd recommend it. So should we have a go? We're going to start now. I've just got a random reel of thread here. All different threads are available. It's really easy. I don't need to wind the bobbin because I have one. However, when you come to wind the bobbin, there's a picture on the top, which is brilliant. Can you see? So it tells you, go from here, across to there, all the way back to there, and then you're done. So that's the bobbin, right? So when we come to do threading this up, your machine will come with, you see these things, ends, spool caps. Spool different, you'll get different size ones, big one, small one. They're used for different size spools, basically. Different size spools. So if you've got a big spool, you'll need a big spool cap. And if you've got a little spool, you need a little. So we'll use the big one. What I would recommend is when you do it, don't put them on too tight. The aim is so that the thread doesn't fall off. If you push it right in really too tight, it can sometimes constrict the thread. The one thing I find is if you find your thread is breaking a lot, you've probably got your spool cap on too tight. So just release it, just very slightly. You don't want it whooshing about too much. But if the tension is too tight here, it doesn't work. Now, then there's numbers. So we start here. There's number 1, number 2. All of these instructions come in the manual, and the manual is really easy to understand. Up to number 3, across to number 4, down to number 5, round the little thing. Now, can you see in here? This is someone asking a question about the other day. There's a little hooky thing in here. I don't know whether you can see that. To put the thread round, and you've got to try and hook it. And the first time you do that, it's really hard. So the easiest way to do it is leave a long tail of thread and hook it with a long loop of thread and a long tail, and it pulls through better. This one has an automatic needle threader. Again, an absolute bonus, particularly for people like me who have to wear glasses and can't see very well anymore, and therefore a needle threader is ideal. The instructions are all in the manual about how to do it. You just need to work out, just read them. Look at that, needle threaded. Needle all threaded, so I don't need to do it. I mean, obviously, you can thread the needle yourself, but who'd want to? It's quite easy to work out. You just put the bar down across the blah, 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 and then once you've worked it out, it's fine. Then for the bobbin, it's a top loading. It's funny, isn't it? I haven't used an old machine for so long. I can't even remember what a bottom loading one is. Easy to use. Just make sure. I mean, you know, every machine is different, but just read the manual. It will tell you how to put the bobbin in. So pop your bobbin in, pull the thread that way and that way and that way, because it's got numbers on, and just pull it and it cuts it. So you've got no bobbin thread. I'll put the top on. I've got no bobbin thread hanging about round here. And to start with, obviously, I've got some of the top thread because I haven't used it to cut with. So let's sew. Now, when you come, I've got the A foot in, which it comes with, which is your normal foot. This does all your normal sewing. It does come with other feet as well. It comes with a zip foot. Very useful, obviously, for sewing on zips or doing narrow lines. It comes with a 1/4 inch foot. Now, standard comes as standard. Shall I show you how fab this is? Can you see that little thingy there? That sits on the edge of the fabric so that you run that along the edge of the fabric. You'll always stitch with a 1/4 inch seam. Genius. Then it comes with the other feet. Some of these are like that. Well, that's your open toe. That's for your applique, for your free motion applique. If you were just watching with Catherine, it comes with that. And then these are blind hemming foots and something else, and I can't remember what they're called. I'll look in a minute because I haven't used those two yet. But they're specialist feet. Anyway, it comes with all of that. It also comes with a buttonhole foot. Now, I love this because I have exactly the same one on my Elna 720. It has a special plate as well. If you're using extra thick fabric, you need that extra plate. And what you do, this is honestly brilliant. You get your button, you pop it in there, and you push that so it fits exactly. You then attach the bar of this to the foot, and you set it to the buttonhole settings, all in the manual, and it sews a buttonhole to fit that foot, to fit that button. Just on its own. You just have to press the right buttons. It tells you which mode you need to go into. And because you've set the button there, it will sew the buttonhole to exactly the right length. You just have to sit back and watch it. Oh yeah, there's the buttonhole, yeah. I mean, it's all in the manual because you use these buttons to change the modes as to what stitches you do. But the buttonhole foot, I think, I mean, particularly with that offer, £549, high-end motor, computerised sewing machine, all of these feet, particularly the 1/4 inch foot, £3.95 P&P. I mean, I think it's genius, isn't it? It comes with a needle. It will come with your stitch ripper. It comes with the extra set needles. It comes with a cleaner. It also comes with a hard case. See? Now, dust is the enemy of the sewing machine. Dust is the greatest enemy. Keep it. I mean, I even if I would say don't store it on the floor. Don't, because the carpet is a really, really dirty, dusty place. If you have to, or anytime, put the cover on. The cover will keep the dust out. Most machines these days, I find, come with soft covers, which is fine because, you know, it keeps the dust off. But this protects it. This will protect it. This one comes with a hard cover. And it comes with this, which I was amazed at. So when I recommended to my friend about this, I didn't even realise that it came with one of these. So what you've got on your machine, you see you've got this bit here. When you get your machine home, all of these accessories will come in a plastic bag, and you take them out of the plastic bag. That's easier to open if you do that. And you pop them in here, and they can all live, you can see, in this little box. So all of those accessories will live in there. So do that. Now, if you're sewing free arm, so basically, maybe you're sewing like a bag that's a tube and you want to sew the hem around the top, you can push it inside. Or if you're putting jeans or sleeves, you can put it inside, which means you can sew around. So if you had a tube, you can put it round there like that, and then you can sew around. So that's when you use the free arm. If you want a bit of extra length to your machine, pop the table in. It's got little feet, 4 of them, that are adjustable. So if your table isn't quite level, you can adjust these little feet. So pull out the feet, and then you can look. Suddenly, you've got a really big machine. So with these, because I've got the mat, and then I've got that, I'd need to adjust those feet to make them the same height. So if you're sewing a quilt or something which is hanging off your machine and too weighty and you can't hold it up, or if you want just a bit more space, if you're sewing, you know, like with a bigger piece of fabric, you want to, maybe you've got it quilted or it's a heavy fabric, then that will support it. That comes free with the machine. That's amazing, isn't it? And I didn't realise that it did come with that. Anyway, we were going to do some sewing before I got sidetracked. So I'm just going to move it forward. Otherwise, the foot won't stick on the floor. Obviously comes with the foot. So what I'm going to do, when you turn your machine on, it's set at a 2.4 length, which is basically standard for sewing. So as a very basic thing, I'm going to do a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so all I do is line up the edge of my fabric with the 1/4 inch mark. This machine is marked with metric and imperial marks. You've got imperial here, you've got metric here, and you've got imperial, so you will be able to cover everything. So I can just stitch, and then I want to cut the thread, press the button, it's done. So therefore, I don't have all the loose threads. I'm now starting in exactly the right place. If I'm doing something a little bit complicated and I want it to go slow, turn it to the tortoise, nice and slow. So I don't have to try and control my foot. If I then want it to go faster, I can make it go faster. It obviously does all the normal things like reverse stitch. One of the favourite things, I'll cut it again, is the lock stitch, which not all machines come with. So you see that button there with the circle? If you're starting and you don't want to reverse stitch because you don't want all the lines, press the lock stitch. Can you see? It's working like 3 stitches on top of each other, and then it just stops. If I press the foot again, it will sew, and then I can press the lock stitch again, and it will work. It's about 3 or 4 stitches on top of each other. Cut the thread. So now I've got, can you see there, a really neat start and finish to my seam without having to reverse. On the rest of the machine, there we go. On this plate, on the screen, you can see what you're using. So if you want to change different stitches, there is special slidey out boards with all the different stitches. Now, the ones at the top are your utility stitches. So you've got your 1/4 inch, you've got your zigzags. There's the buttonholes. Look at those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different buttonholes. The things like the keyhole buttonhole. So if you're doing a jacket that's got a lot of wear, strain at the front, you do a keyhole. You might want a rounded one, which you might want to be putting on a shirt cuff. So all of those buttonholes it will do. It will do darning. It will do overcasting stitch. So it will do all the stitches that you need for working on stretch fabrics. It will do decorative stitches as well. So if you fancy doing a little bit of a star, it will do that. So some are utility, some are decorative. There's more. Look at these. These are gorgeous. So if you're top stitching around some shoulder straps, don't top stitch, do a little star pattern. It's got all of these things this machine does for less than £550. £549, 5-way split pay. Is that offer just today? Only till midnight. So if you're thinking about this, you need to get it checked out by midnight. And look, there's more. Look at that. It's even got the helicopter and the car and the stars and the cat. It also has an alphabet, because that was the one thing I showed my friend, and it was brilliant, because if you get the manual, it explains how to do it. But you can then just put in the memory, you can put it in, so you can write someone's name. So if you want to personalise things, if you want to label things, it's ever so easy. So I think for this machine, for £549, top class motor, computerised machine, alphabet, memory, you've got all of those stitches. Remember, it's not all decorative stitches, which are nice. It's utility stitches. It's overcasting for stitching on your jersey and your PU and all of that. It's also a get out of the box and stitch with machine. It's not a let's be scared and I can't get this out, this is too complicated. It really is get it out of the box, plug it in, thread it up, start stitching, and then learn with it as you go. But it is lovely. A FIFO review from Diane, a joy and very easy to use. Instruction manual very clear, not too heavy to lift up and down. If you don't like me, have a sewing machine. If you do not like me, have a sewing room. If you do not like me, have a sewing room. Fantastic machine. Glad I waited for this one to come back in stock from Margaret in West Yorkshire. It really is. And as I say, that there is no higher recommendation I can give to you than that I have recommended this to someone. Beautiful machine. I've been using it every day from Jackie. And the FIFO reviews are independent as well. We can't change them. But for £549, I think that's amazing. You're going to save yourself £100. I mean, it's worth £649, honestly. So to save yourself £100 is brilliant. It will be sent to you straight away and you will love it. So I messaged my friend a week after and said, how are we getting on? Because I just love it. I just love it. It's a wonderful machine. Now, if you do have this machine or a similar machine, what is really good purchase, particularly this time of year, is a light. Now, this light, this comes in black and white. I'm going to show you the black one to start with. Has been formulated for many things, but it works really, really well with the sewing machine because it's very long. So it comes with a clamp, so you can clamp it to your desk. Let me move the... Can you see if I do that? There we go. So it clamps to the desk, and then you can move the light. Let me just turn it on. You just tap it on the end, on, off, and then you can put it where you want on your sewing machine. So at this time of year when it's hard to see, although I have to say with this machine, the LED lights are very good. Very good. But look at the difference, the wash of light on there. If I put my purple fabric underneath, right? So let me turn it off. Now the LED lights on this machine are really good. If I turn, they're really, you know, you can really see, no problem. But look at that. That's another good point of the machine, is the look at the difference. Now you can put that where you want. So you might think, oh, I don't want that. That's in the way. Well, that's fine. You can put it down because it's got a very flexible gooseneck. You can put it right. I want it there. But it's blinding me a bit. I'll just turn it around slightly. And look at the difference. Because without this, you'll find, you know, you might say, particularly depending on your eyesight, oh, well, I can't sew in the evenings because I can't see anything. I mean, you'll notice a big difference, the LED lights on this machine to start with. But it's having this. Now, £65.99, it comes in black and it comes in white. So this is the black one that's in there. It's very long. I mean, you don't have to use it. It's very good as well. A lot of people have them either for their sewing machines or they have them clamped to a side table for when they're sewing by hand in the evening. There we go, £65.99. And it's really nice. It's kind of a rubbery feel. But it's also a very strong gooseneck, so it doesn't droop. Because you want to be able to put it in exactly the right place. Because you might find, right, that's where I need it. And it does make a difference when you've got the right task lighting. It's a bit like having the right glasses, isn't it? If you say, I can't see, so I can't sew. Well, get better glasses, now I can see. If you can't see, get better light. And it does make a difference. So that's the black one. But you might prefer a white one to match your machine. Because seeing as most people's machines are white. But you see what I mean? So with this one, I think, right, well, I want it right. Actually, I'll turn the light on. So where do I want it? And I want it right behind, but I want it more, there we go. Or I don't want it down on the bottom because it might catch the fabric. So I'll just move it there. And there we go. Yes, that'll confuse hobby maker, wouldn't it? Look at that. I feel like I'm on a ghost program. Ooh. But look at the light, you see. So I could actually stitch in the dark. Couldn't I? If I was at home and all the lights were off, I could actually stitch. I unfortunately can't find the pedal, but look. So all the lights in the studio are off, and I'm sewing in the dark. It's brilliant, isn't it? How cool. I can do all the different stitches. Yeah. Can you imagine like someone coming downstairs, what are you doing? It's 3 a.m. Nothing. It's just getting that quilt finished. I'm sure I heard the machine. No, it wasn't me. Yes. Now, that's another good thing. Good point about sounds of machines is, let me tell you that this Elm there is very quiet. And that's important. I couldn't believe it when I changed from my old machine to my Elna machine, the difference in the sound. I had a machine once that I couldn't sew after 10 o'clock at night because otherwise the neighbours could hear. The Elna machine it's not silent, but it's very quiet. So let me just take this off. But we've got a mat. We've got two, we'll start with this one. So we've got two mats. Now there's several reasons why you use these mats. There we go. This is the big one. So this is the slip reduction mat. So this is quite good. You put your machine on there and it's anti-slip, so your machine won't move around. It also reduces those micro vibrations that go go into the table, and it can actually damage the electronics in a machine over time after intensive usage. The mat will lengthen the life of your machine. So it absorbs the vibrations and the sound, so therefore it's all a little bit quieter as well. But the anti-slip is the main thing because it stops anything moving about and slipping, and it also protects your table as well. So there's that size, but today, if you're thinking about buying the 570 or if you've got similar, this is a cute, can you see, look, isn't it cute? It fits beautifully and it's Elna branded. I'll take it off so I can show it to you properly. And it's so cute, isn't it? So on the back, it feels a bit like a, is it a mouse mat? It feels like that on the back. It's only $14.99. Just check the size there. Obviously, it fits this machine really well. 325 times 445. If you've got a different machine and you want to check it. Lovely, bright red. It feels a bit like a mouse mat, slightly sort of fluffy. But it will protect your table, stop slipping. It will absorb the sound and the micro vibrations, which in time will affect the inner mechanism of your machine. So it's those, you know, the tiny little electricals, particularly when you have a computerized sewing machine. So things like, you know, when you have expensive speakers, then you put them on these mats. And that's why this has been done. It's not just a mat, just to have a mat. But isn't it, I quite like the fact, if you've got an L machine, it's Elna, but it's only $14.99 as well. So we'll pop the machine back on there. It looks nice as well. Needle bundle next. So if you've got a Janome or an Elna machine, should I just move? Janome, Elna, same thing. We have got a set of needles. Now, the good thing about the Janome needles is they're colour-coded so you know what they're for. So we have got the blue tip needle, which is the universal, I think. No, it isn't. I think that's jeans. So which is, oh, it must be the regular one then. No, that's larger eye. I'm going to get there in a minute. Okay, I think purple is the standard one. Yeah, it must do. So you've got the purple tip needles. These are for, oh no, these are for knits. Sewn across the hem and so these are your ballpoint needles. We've got the blue tip needle. Now the blue tip needle are for ballpoint, okay. They're for different synthetic fabrics. We've got the super stretch. Right, so the red tip is the normal tip, which is that one. The purple tip is for ballpoint with a special head. You've got the super stretch needles, which are obviously for using jerseys. And then you've got the red tip needle, which is the normal one. However, it does have a slightly larger eye, the red tip, so they're very good for using with embroidery threads. £20.96. So they will fit beautifully with your Janome, your Elna machines. They are made specifically for that. Nice collection. You can take them off the card, pop them in the little flap that, you know, the box that comes in the front of your machine, and then you've got all of the right ones. Now we've got a £3 saving on those today. So 4 packs of needles, we had completely sold out, but we managed to sort of vaguely, cheekily remake the bundles somehow. Don't know how we managed that. So £20, 96 pence, 4 packs, you're saving £3, and it is really annoying when you run out of sewing machine needles, so it's nice to have them all. And these are all your specialist ones that are made specifically for the Janome and the Elna machine, same thing. Okay? Yes. Now, if you get through a lot of needles and you really want to save some money, now these Schmetz needles, although they're not Janome Elna branded, I use them in my Elna machine. They work absolutely fine. So don't worry, they do work. In the box, and you save 10p with every needle. There are 100 universal needles, size 70. So universal means that that's the needle that will come with your machine. It's halfway between a ball point and a sharp point, so it will sew on both fabrics. Obviously, if you want to sew on very specialist fabrics, use a specialist needle, but the universal is pretty standard and will work with your quilting weight cotton. The size 70 needle, this is why I chose this one, works well with quilting weight cotton. So your general, your patchwork quilting, that weight. You know, if you're using heavyweight jeans and canvases, you'll need a jeans needle, but for your normal sewing, this is perfect. There are 100 needles in here. If you bought these in packs of 5, which Schmetz sell, it will cost £10 more. So you're saving 10 pence a needle, so that's £10 in total. Tiny little box, 100 needles, and you can guarantee that it will be a very long time before you need a new needle. You do need to replace your needle after every 8 hours of sewing. Don't forget that. And also, tiny, aren't they? Smaller than a matchbox. Again, something you can keep in there. So, in your box. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Sorry. Right. Ben's in the mood for a deal. This one is, yes, this is Tula. It is the Tula Pink Besties. Now, we're in the mood for a deal because that £100 off the Elna, remember, that £100 is only today, till midnight, then it goes again. So while Ben's in the mood for a discount, the Tula Pink Besties Collection Design Roll, 40 strips, £47.99. That's £12 off. So it's a design roll. All of the strips are 2.5 inches wide, and it's your normal 44-inch length fabric across the width. You've got 40 strips. Isn't it gorgeous? Look at the colours. You've got purples. Let's have a look at it. And blues and greens. I mean, it's just Tula, isn't it? This is ideal for lots and lots of patterns using jelly rolls. Brilliant for log cabbing. Brilliant for making your own binding. You've got greens and pinks and blues. Save £12. Oh, look, you've got the little hamster on that one. So it's the Tula Pink Besties, which is all the pet prints, but with the matching, also, so you've also got all the matching low volume prints as well, the flowers and all the pets as well. Isn't it gorgeous? Join them all together. You can make a whole quilt, make a bag. £47.99, lovely for a bit of binding. A very, very inexpensive way of you getting some Tula Pink fabric this morning. There we go. Yes. Right, so earlier we had the Best of Amber Makes show, but then Ben reminded me when Ben and I did the show when we launched the comic board, and we absolutely love it. Only because we had no idea what it was for, and then we worked out what it was for, and since then have loved it. Now, £3.99 for a pack of 25. It is the best way to get involved, to just try it out. I know, I was just going to say, I've got fabric. Right, so here's a picture from Anna in Coventry. It's still a work in progress, but it beats having to constantly tidy up the shelves after pulling out fabric and struggling to put it back. So this basically, acid-free comic board, it was originally invented to store comics in. So people who collect comics, to stop them going rotting or getting ruined. Then we discovered actually that if you, I always use acid-free board if I'm framing fabric, embroidery, cross-stitch, because the acid destroys the fabric. So I always go to the art shop and ask for acid-free mount board. So this is acid-free comic board because normally a card will have acid in, it will destroy the fabric. So if you want to store your fabric so you can see it, so it's crease-free, so it lasts, this is the ideal way. Not only that, it's very, very efficient in space to store it. So you get your piece of board, and I've just got a piece of fabric here. You'll work out, depending on your fabric size, how you're going to fold it. So whether it's a fat quarter, you know, or so what I would do is I think, right, let's do it depending on my shelf, I want it to be that wide. So you can fold the fabric however you want, and then you put it round the board. That means that you can then stack and store. I've seen a lot of people who've used this, depending on how you fold it, and they've put them all in plastic boxes, because if you've got it like that, it's nice and flat. You could pop a pin in, a clip. You can see the tops of all the fabric then. You can put it on shelves. Obviously, you know, whether you've got a fat quarter or half a metre, depends how you might fold it. So you might look at that and think, well, I actually want mine to be that. I want it to be the same height as the board. So it wraps round, you fold it round. It is a way of you storing your fabric, because if you tried to store this fabric all in piles, if you tried to sew it, to do it in piles, it will all fall over. But if you've got it on the board, the other good thing is, because it's board, you can write on here. You can write the name of the fabric. You could write the name of the project you've used it for. We have sold so many of these packs. Now, $3.99, you get 25 of these. I mean, you could cut them in half and then you'll have 50, because then you, depending on how you fold the fabric, depends on how much you get in. You could use smaller boxes then, couldn't you? But I've seen people put them in plastic boxes, and then you just get all of your fabric beautifully stored. Because how do we, I mean, if you're like me, my fabric is quite nicely stored in piles, but every now and then there's like a landslide, and I just go back in my room and there's all this fabric all over the floor. So highly recommended, just $3.99. I cut them in half for fat quarters and smaller pieces. The board is fab. I write the size on the edge. Ruth in Worcestershire. There you go, see? Thank you for your message, Ruth. We'll leave that with you. Yes, let me just take the Aurifil thread. Oh, this is nice. I've not seen this before either. So yesterday we had a fab Aurifil collection. And, oh, Kat's got an open one before I ruin it. Thank you, Kat. It's only been seen once. This is blimmin' lovely. And what I loved about the pack we had yesterday was the variegated. I love variegated thread. Now, if you're getting yourself this Elna machine, right, it comes with lots of decorative stitches, and I haven't got a blue one. In fact, that's the one I might pinch, because I've got a pink one and a green one. When I'm using decorative stitches, particularly if I'm doing top stitch round a bag or top stitch down handles, pop your variegated thread in, and then maybe you're doing something like a row of leaves, you'll get them all multicoloured then. Or even if you're doing, like on this machine, there's a wonderful one that's the helicopters. There's also one that's, you've got the scissor and the bobbin thread on this one. So you can do a row of scissors, and when you sew with the variegated, they'll come out slightly different colours. Also really nice to hand quilt. Anyway, in this box you get blue, rainbow, black and white, yellow, pink, and like grey taupe. Now that's a lot of thread, because there's 1,300 metres on each spool, I think. Yeah, no, 1,000 metres on each spool. I'm getting better at reading this now. 1,000 metres on each spool, and so 6,000 metres, $66.99. It will last for a very long time. Treat yourself. I absolutely love variegated thread. I really want the blue one, actually. That would be nice. Right, now, just last little mention before we finish off. Don't forget the Elna machine. £100 off. In fact, I negotiated this yesterday because I said to Hayley, I said, we're doing a sewing machine hour. I said, can we have the 570 because that's my favourite? She said, yeah. And I went, oh, can we have a deal? And luckily, Hayley was sort of thinking about something else at the time. She went, yeah. So we just went with it. So £100 off. I would highly recommend this machine at full price. Honestly, it's worth every penny of £649. It really is. I mean, I persuaded my friend's husband to buy it. I then taught her. She absolutely loves it. You know, her old machine was letting her down. She didn't even have a zip for all over the place. She was skipping stitches. And this, because she's started to love sewing. She could sew before, she's starting to love it. This is going to last the journey. And I said to him, if you buy anything that's not computerised, that doesn't have that motor power, she's going to grow out of it. So it's worth every penny of £649. It's worth even more, £549. Now, don't forget, with this is the reason that I recommended this is it has the thread cutter, it has the alphabet. It has a couple of different alphabets as well, so you can personalise, you can label. It's got all of the buttonholes. Remember, it's got that buttonhole foot. Honestly, you just sit back, you just press the foot, just does it. It doesn't come with the walking foot, but don't worry, I said to my friend, just get one. You can buy them separately. You've saved your £100, you can get your walking foot. But if you are looking, it's honestly, one of the questions that people always ask is, oh, I want a new machine, what would you recommend? This is the one I'd recommend. Obviously, we all have different budgets, and I would recommend, the Elna 780 because, why not? Obviously, but it depends on what level you are at, how much you sew, and what your budget is. But this is a machine that you're not going to grow out of, and it's reliable, lovely, and it purrs. And every bit I showed is, oh, wow, that's amazing. It's even got start-stop, by the way. So if you don't want to use the foot pedal for some reason, for some people with mobility issues or they're in a chair, they don't want to use the foot pedal. It does have a start-stop button as well. It's got it will do all of the... It will do all those utility stitches, and obviously if you want to do free motion embroidery or quilting, it comes with the foot, it comes with a very easy mechanism. There's just a switch at the back to drop the feed dogs, easy peasy, can't see it now, to just drop the feed dogs. Message from Jean, Elna 578, fabulous item. Many stitches to choose from Jean in Birmingham. Oh, Jean, thank you for your message. Honestly, I know I can tell you what I think about it, but it's your messages that really make a difference to us. So thank you for that. Anyway, I hope I've inspired you and give you something to think about. So thank you for joining me today. I went yesterday on Stone Street. Tomorrow, who's presenting tomorrow? Hayley West will be presenting tomorrow. She's got Fiona Hesford in with her at 8 o'clock, So Girl Poppy Cocoon Dress. Oh, Cara Ackerman's with her at 9 o'clock doing a Shashko clutch bag and coin purse. Fiona will be back at 10 o'clock with the So Girl accessories. And Cara will be here with Shashko cushion at 11 o'clock. And then finally, Mandy Cameron will be here with the Wool Couture Cheeky Chunky yarn and kits. What a lovely day. So we've got embroidery, dressmaking and knitting. What's not to love? Thank you for joining me today. I will see you back here next Monday. Have a lovely rest of the day. Stay inside, stay warm and stay sewing.